What is up, everybody? What is up, everybody? This is Ramsey coming at you from Game Grove. Today, we are going to be playing a little bit of Kill Team. For those of you who do not know, Kill Team is the skirmish game mode for Warhammer 40k. Skirmish means that it's going to be small scale, and rather than having groups of a whole bunch of units attacking each other at once, you are going to have individual units. You're going to have individual characters, individual models and pieces that are moving and activating around the board. It's very easy for us to follow because the players are going to be alternating their activations today. Each player should only have about 10 or 11 units per army, some of them smaller depending what armies people choose today. But right now, we are currently in round 1, and we are going to be having Colin face off against Josh. For those of you who are Grovians, you will recognize Josh as Josh 2. Josh, I believe, is bringing in his Space Wolves today. Colin with Zinch. Let me go ahead and do some research on kt-app. That is a great website for anybody who's trying to play Kill Team or trying to keep up with us. It is a great website for you to go ahead and look at rosters and get a good idea of what individual units do. You could use kt- on your web browser, again, kt-app, to make your own armies, look at lists from other people, and to influence the game itself. Kt- has everything ranging from tactics cards on it to rules reminders, as well as interactive equipment sheets so that you can make sure that your army is always outfitted for whatever board you may be playing on. Currently, we are looking at a very gothic board that I set up last night. Two main things about this board that I really want to point out are the hard points. You can see those big in the diagonal corners, those big buildings with the ceilings that are available. Those are actually standing at a few inches high. This means that players will be able to climb on top of those buildings and shoot down into this hellish fishbowl that has been created in the center of the field. There are some walls and some barriers for players to work around, to shoot around, and to utilize as cover. But if their opponent's up on a higher elevation, they're going to be able to shoot down in. So you need to, so players who excel on this board will be able to put some snipers up on perches and then get some people down to actually control the objectives. It is going to be a hard time for both players to get each other off of their hard points, off of these top floor parapets shooting down. So I have a feeling that this game may boil down to melee rushing the opponent's side of the board, trying to get them knocked off of the top floor, while some of the Rangers sit back and try to take objectives. That's probably the tactics that we're going to be looking at today. Each round is going to be about an hour and 45 minutes. Okay, both players are currently undergoing setup. They already have the objectives set up. Objectives should be pretty simple for them to score off of. And I will be here, Ramsey, with you the whole time, just hanging out. Those of you who may be a little bit curious on what kind of music is accompanying us today, we are listening to music from Chrysocoma, also known as Brock. Brock is an employee here at the Grove who volunteers in his off time. All right, looks like the players are using secure. They're choosing secure. Let's go ahead and get that down here on screen. All right, the players are lining themselves up now, trying to see where they're allowed to deploy. All right, let's go ahead and see if our Streamlabs has a timer set up so that you at home can follow along. Taking a look through the options now. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Hold up. Stream's about to look a little funky for just a second. Stream's about to look funky. Oh, not there. I'm breaking everything. I'm breaking everything. I'm breaking everything. Okay. We're breaking that. Sorry about that, fools. My apologies. I figured that I would try to, No, I don't want to remove that. What do I want to remove? I'll remove that. Okay. My apologies, y'all. There we go. That was a little bit of a jump scare. Let's see here if I could get like a window capture going on. Ah, there we go. This is much better. Now I have it figured out. There we go. All right. Both players are sitting down and getting ready. You see Josh over here in the blue shirt as well as Colin over in the black. Looks like they're both prepping for a deployment here. Meanwhile, I do have access to the Twitch stream chat right now, so if you guys have anything that you guys want to talk about or want to ask questions about the game, please feel free to do so. I would love to answer any sort of your guys' questions on how Kill Team works and operates, how it differs from 40K, and the best way to get into something like Kill Team. Those are all things I can answer for you. All right, this is a mic check, a test on a mic check to make sure that we are good to go before the players start deploying. There we go. What up, what up, what up? Okay. When I originally created this board, I did not intend for this layout. However, the players have decided to move the board in the deployment zone, at least, around just a little bit. I originally had the second floors set up, these hard points that you can hold. I had them set up so that the players could deploy immediately, rush up to them, and get up on top of them. It seems that both Colin and Josh have decided that those perches are too overpowered on deployment. So they have moved the perches into the center of the field. They just swapped the deployment location around. They moved the perches into the center of the field rather than immediately in the deployment. Ooh, I kind of like the song from Brock. Good job, Brock. Saul's saying, let's go, Logan. What's up, Saul's? I just popped open the YouTube chat so I could watch along with y'all and follow in the comments. How you doing today, Saul's? Saul's cheering out for Logan. You guys can see Logan off in the background. Logan in the black shirt to the left of our stream camera right now. He's playing against Tommy. Tommy in orange back there. You can hide him off. You can see him hiding off in the back. You seem to be dancing a little bit. You can see him getting the groove on. That's pretty funny. Let's go, Logan. All right, it seems that we are now deployed and getting ready to go. Okay, players are now, I believe, fully set up. What you guys see right now are these orange tokens, and these orange tokens are very, very important in Kill Team. What these orange triangles signify is the order, the current order, or the activation of the unit. Okay? A skull means that the unit is concealed. Okay, skull means that the unit is concealed. They cannot be shot at. They're assumed to be moving slowly and doing everything they can to remain stealthy as they progress across the board. Anything with a crosshair on it is going to be a target marker. Okay, this target marker is going to mean that you are engaged. It means that you are ready to shoot. You have your weapon out, and you can also be shot at, vice versa. You cannot shoot if you are not engaged, so you definitely don't want to just put all of your guys to concealed turn one, especially if you think you could get an early or a cheeky shot off. You will see the players flip these tokens over. When these tokens are flipped over from orange to black, it will signify that the character has been activated and will no longer be activated this round or this turning point. The turning point The turning points in Kill Team work thusly. Kill Team operates under a scoring system of 4 turning points where you can get a VP from each objective, a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this board right now. And the players are doing secure, which means that they need to go in, stand on the objective, and stick there.
I've got my scout shenanigans. I can pick 5. Yep. So I'm going to definitely go with Ruby Trainers.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Christ Coma songs. I'm actually going to turn this one up for this match. If I am talking, if I'm speaking and you guys hear any sort of squeak, squeak, squibbity squeals in the background, that is because we currently have the Joey Super Android Mark II working tirelessly, being the best employee the shop has ever seen, organizing these cards like nobody else can, packing them up, putting them in the right spot. Everybody else stinks at it. The Joey Mark II droid is the best we have to offer. and right behind me is Joey Mark I, the person that is currently sorting cards and upset at my negging. Insulting. Also, please let me know if you guys have any questions or if the stream gets hard to hear. I do have another backup mic. This is not the mic I would prefer, or this is the mic I would prefer to use in the moment because I have a lot of stuff going on around me, and I don't want to surround sound pick up everything, including the Mark II droid as well as Joey himself. But if the commentating quality, if the mic quality is a little bit low, go ahead and let me know, and I can go ahead and go grab a nicer mic. It'll just pick up more in the room. You guys will hear a couple more clatters here and there. So maybe some click clacks of me tip tapping. All right, so we are looking at round 1, turning point 1 right now. There you go. Just moving some stuff around the stream here, making sure that we got all the accurate information up. Kablamo. There, let's get this turning point 1. Oh, no! Let's get the turning point 1 above the versus. There we go. Sweet. We are all set up now. Let's go. Let's go. One thing I want to point out that makes this game special is the barricade setup that occurs before the beginning of every match. Each player is allowed to set up 2 barricades. You can see them as the thin gray lines. There's one kind of in the center. You can see that big copper circular centerpiece, and just above it is the curvature of a barricade that's been set up. You can see that on Objective 6, there's a barricade on that as well. There's a barricade right prior to Objective 1. And where's Josh's other barricade? We should have a second barricade set up somewhere. I don't see it sitting around here. Where did he place that barricade? He was sneaky about it. I'm going to go get a visual look at the board with my own peepers, my own peeps. Try to see where that barricade's hiding there so we can call it out. Ah! All right, I'm going to go take a peep at my peepers. I'll be right back, y'all. Be right back.
Which basically says if you're shooting me and I'm in cover and you're more than the Pentagon away from me, I can reroll on my defense side.
I was looking for your other barricade. You couldn't find it.
Oh yeah.
couldn't find another barricade over there. I couldn't see it that well.
The 1.4 psychic dominion is supposed to use 2 psychic spells. Are we starting? So cool. Sure how much it looks so cool.
Right.
First thing I'm going to do is control manage the thermal instilled. Until the next time he activates, you lose a triangle off your charges and dashes.
Okay.
10 on, right?
He's got marking down the side of the tree line so hard. You're sigil.
I'm gonna.
Dude, you're about to get.
Never mind. Yeah, still on that page.
I was gonna pinch your guys here on the second objective like a turret.
4 attacks, hits with 3.
Don't forget. Charges in action. Get an extra space. Charges. Remember, Tom, he can't shoot while engaged. He can't shoot while engaged. You do get, yeah, that, as a Felgor player, I feel that in my soul.
I can take these two.
As a Felgor player, I feel that.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So I'm taking two. Sorry, but you see my engineers for me.
I have found, after much searching and getting down in the weeds like a good old Australian animal handler, I have found the hidden barricade. If you actually look off to the top left of the screen for that building that we can stand on top of, you can see the barricade barely ever so slightly here on cam, hugging that left corner. Josh has blocked off the egress if Colin gets behind that top left building. He's blocked off the egress with a barricade, making sure that, you know, Colin doesn't have an easy pinch from both sides. He definitely plugged that hole to make sure that the Zinch units can't find their way through. You guys are going to see a lot of maneuvering here on Turning Point 1, as Kill Team is a movement-based skirmish game. A lot of the fights don't really break off on Turning Point 1. However, fights will start occurring very quickly around Turning Point 2. So for sure, be ready for that. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if Colin was able to get a couple of his units, especially the ones with engaged markers, shooting downstream pretty quickly. But the downside of presetting his units to engaged is that Josh can see it coming. We have about an hour and 18 left on the clock.
Oh, I see. I got you. Just the last. So this is for the sniper. So they're all the same. 3 dice for 4s. So it's 2 blocks.
All right, looks like a couple shots are going through. A 5 and a 4 is going to be one save for Josh. Ooh, a lot of dice coming in. Looks like Colin's going to be hitting on 4, so he's going to have 2 hits there with a 5 and a 4. Josh goes into save and blocks it with 1 crit. Third attack coming through. That's going to be 2 hits and a crit from Colin shooting downrange. He is pelting Josh's units right now. Josh responding with no saves. That's going to be even more damage. Oof. Oh, man. All right, so what we saw is if you look at the pink unit that Colin just put, he's putting his measuring tool right behind there at the top left of the screen. He shot downrange at one of Josh's Space Wolves here on the left side. Now has a D8 sitting next to it with 8 points of damage denoted. That is a huge turn from Colin. Colin able to get in there and getting big rolls. The dice support cam look great. Thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate that. Thank you so, so much. We worked very, very hard to try to get this stream rolling today. And we are currently, if you look in the player cams at the top, we do have 4 players right now. Tommy did wind up changing his mind and coming down. His direct quote was, "I don't want to give those nerds a free buy. I want to make them work for their win." I want to make them work for the win is what he said. Also in the building right now, we have Granddaddy Kill Team himself, Steve, Big Steve Powers here, the person who has brought Kill Team to the Grove. He started originally by teaching me, and I fell in love with the system immediately. Coming from a background of Song of Ice and Fire, I really appreciate the alternate activation games. I go, you go, I go, you go. I just find it very interactive. It turns into a beer game. Let's go, Tommy, indeed. But yeah, Kill Team is more of a beer game is kind of how I describe it. It's a game that you sit down, you casually play with your friends to get that 40K itch in and really just test your mental, test what kind of tactics you've been working on for big games. But me, personally, I like to stay in the skirmish games. I like alternate activation modes. I could see myself being solely a Sif Kill Team Warcry type player. Sif's actually about to drop a skirmish game mode, and as soon as Sif does drop a skirmish game mode, we will be running tournaments, so we will be running streams for it, because that is one of my favorite systems. Speaking of systems, for those of you who are in the Taze Valley Hurricane area, Charleston or Huntington, West Virginia, we do run D&D groups. We've currently been doing Pathfinder 2. Off on the side, we have about 6 groups, 4 Pathfinder 2 groups, 1 Shadow Dark group, and 1 5th edition group. But we always have room for more, so please feel free if you guys are ever interested in getting a D&D group together here in the area, or you guys need a professional DM, Game Grove is where you need to come hang out and come talk to me, Ramsey, or any of the other employees, and they will pass the word that we have more excitement for D&D and need to make more groups. Josh, thank you. Does the terrain come pre-painted? No. To my knowledge, none of this terrain was pre-painted. This is all hand paint jobs. The top floors, so the actual buildings with the big roofs, those were bought by Anthony Alsobrook, also known as Tony. He's a big 40K and historical player. He plays more historical games nowadays. But he bought that at Gen Con for us a little while back and donated it to the shop. And then the rest of the stuff has been airbrushed and washed over. So yeah, none of that is pre-painted. They look amazing. Shout outs to whoever brought the walls and stuff. I know that some of the broken walls are brought by Tony, but those electric wires, generators, AC pipes, vents, whatever we want to call those ventilation systems, those HVAC units, are hand painted as well. Great question, Josh. Great question. A little bummed that you couldn't come today, Josh. I was really hoping that you could open up your schedule to try to come in and have some fun in Pearson. But I know that it gets rough, man. It's the beginning of the summer. I don't know about you guys, but the beginning of the summer is always one of the busier times for me and my family. And I hope that yours starts off well. Again, whenever you guys are taking a look at this board, you guys want to be looking for these activation tokens, these triangles. Orange means that they've yet to be activated this round. Black means that they've already been activated and already used. So if you're planning out your own moves as if you were the player, go ahead and be watching those activation counters so you can kind of come up with your own strategies. I would love to see you guys put your own strategies into the chat and say, hey, I need for that guy, you know, down at the bottom right of the screen who's chilling out by that wall, right by that generator, right by objective 1. I need him to hop that barricade and go and deck a sniper in the mouth. That's exactly what I do. I want to hear that. I want to talk about strategy. I want to hear what you guys would do in this situation. If you guys are curious about these character sheets, you guys can look up these units and models on kt-app. We have Josh, who's running Space Wolves, and then Colin, who is running Thousand Suns. For the Emperor indeed, my friend. All right, looks like Josh is moving himself well into cover. He is fearing the ranged prowess of these Thousand Sun models. I need to take a look at these Thousand Sun models right now and see what he's so afraid of right now. Looks like, let's see here. I just went to KT Dash and pulled up the Chaos Thousand Suns. They are outdated, but that does not mean that they are tournament illegal. They just look weaker than normal. It seems that Colin has nerfed himself for this tournament. Could that be hubris on his part? Colin is one of the players that has been playing Kill Team for quite a while now. He actually showed up to our first Kill Team Learn to Play with 8 Kill Team armies stacked up. Like, hey guys, I'm ready for the Learn to Play. And I'm like, bro, you have 8. What do you mean you're ready for the Learn to Play? Looks like you've been playing. And Colin's been playing for a long time. So it looks like he is very confident in today, brought his Thousand Suns. And it seems that while they are outdated and looking fairly weak over here from the character sheets I'm looking at, he may be trying to push them to a undeserved victory. Or maybe he knows something that we don't. That is very, very possible. Let's go ahead and walk through one of these Thousand Sun units. Let's talk about the Sorcerer with the big pink cloak that is currently hiding at the top left of the screen with the black engagement token on him right behind the building. Big pink cloak, top left of the screen, right behind the building. That, I believe, is Colin's Aspiring Sorcerer. It is equipped with an Inferno Bolt pistol, a Plasma pistol that can supercharge, a Warp Flame pistol, and a Force Stave that stuns. Looks like he gets 4 attacks for each of those, hitting on 2s, doing 3 to 6 damage depending which weapon he chose. That's absurd. That is absurd. Also, it has a special ability called Favored by Change that gives it a 5-up invulnerability save. So anytime it gets shot, it has a chance to just shave that damage no matter what. That's absurd. Both players maneuvering around the board right now. Looks like not a lot of shooting is going down. So far, we've only seen 2 little counts of combat. I must have missed it back there a little bit. It seems that 6 to 8 points of damage were dealt over on the left-hand side. This is kind of brutal right now. We are nearing the end of turning point 1, though. From here on out, folks, there's going to be fighting. As soon as turning point 1 is over, we're going to see all chaos break loose. Let's talk a little bit about Josh's units. Let's talk a little bit about the Space Wolves over here. If we can find them, give me a minute. All right, looks like we got a little bit of action here.
No, I think I'll go first.
Both players trying to duke it out. All right. What we just saw there was rolling to see who's going to be first player. Now that they've determined first player, they are showing each other their tac ops. We have a faction tac op there. Man, I really wish I could get that to focus it a little bit better. I'll try to switch that focus in between games. That's a good one, though. Okay. Let's see if I could get him to hold that card up to the screen.
The dice can was like behind. Yeah. Can you see it? Lighting on. It's on the word. Okay. It's a two brain. It's okay. Okay, so I've got that and the cover item.
You try to flash one of those cards to that camera right there. Yeah. Do you think you can put your hand behind it and kind of flash it to the side?
We gotta do this and we're gonna stand out of the lines of those. Putting the camera behind it. Trying to find it. There we go. Yeah. If you play around with that, I can see the cards that way. It'll help me out a lot. if whenever you guys pop down a new
Cards score off. Just go ahead and just kind of put it right here. I found it's easiest to just put your hand behind it and just kind of move it in and out until yeah.
I'm gonna do one for stealth relocation, which is basically a free dash.
Okay. Just within the
Stick my
yeah.
Why'd you make them last time?
I was just worried if you were getting close enough to barricades, you're actually going to shoot me and I was trying to keep them alive a little bit longer.
Well, all right, now we got it going on. Moving into TP2, I just asked the players if they could go ahead and show the player cam the cards, as that's going to be the easiest way for us to keep up to date with what they are scoring on and what they are utilizing.
I'm going to do...
Turning point 1 is over. We are moving ourselves into turning point 2. As I said prior, turning point 2 is where a lot of the combat is going to begin on us. We already have Josh who's pushed his Space Wolves up the board. He's taken up the first third of the board. But Colin's already taken up the first 2/3 of the board with his Thousand Suns. And Colin has a lot more range than Josh does. So now for this turning point, we are going to see those triangles flip from black to orange. Orange means that they have already been activated.
If the target isn't ready,
there are only 2 units with damage on them, and that is the left side of the screen by that rectangular building. You can see 2 of the Space Wolves with 2 D8s next to them. Looks like 2 counts of 8 damage. It's kind of rough.
Then 1 point for Savage Herd. My Jaguar charge. Retain 1 successful hit without rolling. If we have a sorted Jaguar in combat, we regain a crit. Okay.
right, there we go. A little correction over here. We have specifically the kill team that we are looking at for Josh rather than Space Wolves. He is playing these scouts. He's playing the Imperium Scout Squad. They are very shooty, it seems to be. Very, very shooty, all ranging from snipers to hunters, heavy gunners. We have trackers, warriors, and sergeants. Looks like on average he's going to be rolling about 4 attacks for each shot, hitting on 3s for the majority of his units, and doing anywhere between 4 to 5 damage, depending on crits. While that doesn't seem too like, wow, that's crazy, dude. It doesn't seem too insane. He does have very good abilities in stuff like grapnel launchers. He is outfitted with multiple grenades, missile launchers, and some very good movement options in between rounds with his activation abilities. So Josh is going to try to outmaneuver these Tzeentch people with his free activation abilities, his free movement abilities, and try to get himself into a better position to get good shots on them. However, the Thousand Suns are all outfitted, pretty much all outfitted with auto pistols or bolt guns, the biggest one being that Sorcerer. I think if Josh can get rid of that Sorcerer at the top left of the screen, again, the pink cloak top left of the screen by the rectangular building, if he could get rid of him, he will be able to stop worrying about these long-range shots that are going to just take him off the board. He would then have to worry about a couple Rubric Marines shooting at him, but that's going to be a lot easier to deal with than that Sorcerer. Seth, on your last 10-minute break, welcome to break, my friend. I'm glad that you chose us for the break time stream. Kevin, what all is dust? True, Kev, true. Kevin, do you play Kill Team? If so, which Kill Team do you play? I'm curious. I'm trying to see if there's any other Felgorians in the chat, any other protectors of Hidden Valley Ranch. All right, we have a melee combat going on down here at the bottom of the screen. Seems we have a Thousand Suns warrior that is charged into a Marine. How combat works, how melee combat works in Kill Team is both players roll attack simultaneously. They will put their hits and their crits together in a line and pair off against each other. Then, depending on who attacked first, that person can choose whether they want for their 1 dice, that hit or crit, to actually go through as hit damage, or if he wants to use that dice to block the opponent's dice. So you will see both players pushing their dice towards, their opponent's dice, and what they are doing is they are blocking their dice or pushing through the damage. Okay, so your hits can block their hits, vice versa. Theoretically, both players can say, I hit. Then the other person chooses, I hit, I don't block. Other player chooses, I hit, I don't block. Other player chooses, I hit, I don't block. You could just have an all-out duke. But most of the time, you're going to have tactical plays where, hey, I'm going to hit you with my first hit, but my remaining 2 dice are going to block your other 2 hits. So I do 5 damage and you do none. Something along that lines is normally how it boils down to. We do see 2 unblocked hits, though, coming in from Josh. Seems that a crit and a hit is going through. Going to do some damage. Seems like 9 counts of damage on that D12 to that Thousand Suns model. Wanting but haven't you been wanting to play Grey Knights? Oh, Grey Knights are fire, Kev. Grey Knights are fire. If you're looking for them and you can't find them, hit me up sometime in Discord or Facebook, and I can go ahead and see if I can track down some Grey Knights for you. I can see if I can get you a box. Looks like we have another roll coming through. That's going to be 2 crits and 2 hits. Coming in from Colin, it seems that he pushes 1 hit through, pushes another hit through, and that seems like it's going to be enough. We're going to see a model removed from play. Brutal dice roll coming in. What we just saw was the icon bearer going in all his dust, my friend. Each time a shooting attack is made against this operative, if the ranged weapon is a normal attack characteristic of 3 or less, the operative is treated as having a save characteristic of 2 for that shooting attack. Wow. Yeah, so the icon bearer literally is just this warded mage armored, bullet stopping, bullet time Neo fiend. An absolute freak in the sheets if you're picking up what I'm saying.
So I'm going to activate my hunter. Okay. He's going to go from conceal to engage.
Yeah, that's how
So
it
he's
is.
going to get his dexterity roll for the daily ambush. He's engaged.
Seth, you need to get down here, man. Get some spectating going on. You told me multiple times that you've been playing Kill Team a little bit, but we need to actually get a match.
Charge action, and if I climb, drop, jump, or traverse a piece of terrain, I gain.
While we were waiting for Josh to make his tactical decision, I posed you guys the questions: what is your dream Kill Team tournament? If you were in an invitational tournament with 3 other players, could be anybody throughout all of history, who would you pick as your Kill Team opponents?
3 circles to work with for my charge.
Who would you pick as your Kill Team opponents? I would start off with, I don't know, somebody crazy, somebody insane. Hamilton, get Hamilton on the mic. That'd be fun. Hamilton would be a funny one. Hamilton would be a good one. Which one, Steve? Sun Tzu. Oh my gosh, I would not want to play Kill Team with Sun Tzu. That would be so rough. And then honestly, probably Steve, because I imagine that it's going to be a team tournament, and I need somebody who knows the rules better than me. So I'm probably bringing in Steve for my 4th of my dream rotation. All right, this is going to be 2 crits and a hit coming in from Josh. Colin responds with 2 hits and a crit. Okay. Now, how this math works is hits block hits, but a crit will block 2 hits. The attacker here is going to be Josh. We're going to see whether or not he's going to make his crit block Colin's crit or his 2 hits, or if he's just going to try to push it through. Let's see. All right, he is pairing up Colin's crit with his crit. That's going to be a big block. Colin's going to push. A little bit of damage coming through. Grapple assaults, lethal 3. Ooh. Okay. Okay. What if this is how the stream boils down to? You were the relay and I just keep a headset off. And that's what the stream boils down to. But yeah, this is going to be a brutal attack coming in from Josh. Let's see how it plays out. All right, looks like both players are blocking and pairing each other's stuff here, and that is going to be some movement around, more damage on that sorcerer. Remember, I told you guys earlier that if Josh could get that sorcerer off the table, it opens him up to a lot of movement possibilities. But he did take a crack back, as that sorcerer does have a force stave that stuns and hits on 3s. That's pretty rough. If you retain any critical hit, subtract an APL. If you're fighting your first critical strike, discard a normal hit against the target. So that is what we saw there, was both players were trying to posture around, trying to get the most use out of that free normal hit discarded from Colin's crit. Sun Tzu in the rotation. That's a wild player to add into a Kill Team match. Okay. Hear me out, Steve. We do a Kill Team or just a war game night in general where we're cosplaying as generals from history. Any time period. Any time period. I come in with a full-on Napoleon Bonaparte setup. I like walk on my knees so I'm the right height. That'd be hilarious. We're all cosplaying as generals. Genghis Khan. I want to be Attila, but specifically Attila from Mulan. The one with the big old bird. Come up with a falcon for the tournament. Train the falcon to roll my dice for me. A little bit more combat coming in from Colin, rolling 5 dice over here. Let's try to see what he's activating. Oh, it's going to be a shooting attack. Looks like Josh is able to stave off. Let's take a look at his sheets. His save value is 4, so he's going to save off 2 attacks there. Looks like another barrage coming in from Colin. Colin moving the hits aside and the misses. Oh no, this is melee mode right now. Okay, okay. Players duking it out right over there. That is going to be a lost model from Josh. Moves it off that table very, very quick. Very, very quick as lightning. Almost didn't see it. You can see where he's putting his hand down right now, where he just picked up that movement tool, the Thousand Suns. That did destroy Josh's model over there on the left. I'm doing a little bit of pre-measuring here from the side on Colin, trying to see what he wants to do. What you guys are looking at, those little rhombus shapes are actually the measuring tools for Kill Team. They have 3 edges. They have a 1-inch, a 2-inch, and a 3-inch edge. And those are how you move. Your normal movement is based off counts of 2 inches. A lot of your dashing and some abilities utilize the 1-inch side. Sorry, not dashing, but charging and some movement abilities will use the 1-inch side, as well as the actual dash action itself using the 3-inch side. So all 3 sides get used. It's a pretty clever system. Rather than pulling out your measuring tape, you have a little triangle with everything you need to move across the board. It makes it very, very simple. Kill Team is one of those games where you want to keep an open conversation at all times and let your opponent know as you're moving, as you're measuring, what your intent is. What you want to do with your guy, so that there's no mistakes, there's no missteps, there's no undershooting, overshooting. Open up that conversation with your opponent, makes the game both freeing and easy, but also make sure that there's no weird movement mechanics or rulings that people are getting stuck on every round, slowing down the game. This is a game that is, I don't want to say casually judged, but it is a game that the players should be able to police themselves and have an open line of communication on everything that's going on in the board. You will find that a little bit different from some of the Kill Team, or from some of the bigger 40k tournaments. Cons, they're very hard staunch on rules. That's where Grognard term comes from. But Kill Team's a little more relaxed, a little more of a conversation between the players. Josh shooting off a Thousand Suns unit off from the corner. And moving his unit up. Oh, because Colin Sorcerer was not able to finish that unit off on the far left by that rectangular building. He was able to pop his head out to get a shot in. Josh doing a decent job at controlling space right now. It seems that he wants to try to control this, I think it's objective 3 over here that the Sorcerer is currently standing on. Looks like he wants to move into that to get the point total up on him. That will put him just barely above Colin if he could get there, but I'm not too sure where their tac ops are sitting right now. We'll have to see in the after-action report of how scoring actually went down. So at the end of this match, I will come in, do a quick little report on what happened on the turning points and kind of tell you where the scores have gone. Ooh. All right, Josh is measuring up and going in for an attack. That is going to be 4 hits. Oh. Colin responds with a save and a crit. All right. Looks like a few counts of damage sitting on the Thousand Suns unit off in the center there by our centerpiece. The large pylon. We always want to make more, right? Josh going in for what seems to be another shot, going to retain a hit and a crit. Oh no, that's Colin shooting with a hit and a crit. Josh responds with what looks to be 2 misses. That's going to be some damage moved onto the board. Oof. Both players getting shot all over the place.
You rolled a 6. Yeah, it was a crit. It was a crit. Okay. Just my point. Yeah. So it's the 16 and so
I wonder if there's a way. If any of you guys know Master Chief, I just now saw that, Kevin. Master Chief as part of the Kill Team tournament would be so funny. He would just sit there and like Cortana would do all the work for him.
yeah, I probably would something.
What would Master Chief play if Master Chief played Kill Team? Would that be Space Marines? Do you think he'd play Space Marines or do you think he'd be like Chaos? I looked over to get Joey's idea, and he just gave me a big old shrug, like, I don't know this game, bruv.
I'll get 1 reroll.
It's good. You don't need to know this nerdy tech that we are on. For those of you who are just tuning in, we are currently on turning point 2 of Scout Squad Kill Team versus the Thousand Suns Kill Team. Colin in black shirt on Thousand Suns. Josh in blue shirt on the Scout Squad. Scout Squad is currently doing its best to remove some key threats so that they can open up the board without being accosted by ranged attacks. Huge comeback coming in from Josh, knocking out a Thousand Sun unit, retaining 3 hits and a crit there. That's going to be 1 Zinch unit down. All right, Colin over here talking about a sorcerer, trying to get it on, man. Oh, wow! That is going to be 4 crits and a hit coming in from Colin. That sorcerer. Wow! That was an insane roll. Oh my gosh, the sorcerer taking more than it deserves, moving up across the board. He wants some more. It's going to be 2 hits and a crit. A little bit of reroll action in there, leaving us with 2 crits and 1 hit. Josh trying to respond. This sorcerer is starting to knock down these scouts like dominoes. And that's going to be another model off the table from Josh. Huge, huge activation from Colin. Fantastic luck. That is a slobber knocker of a start for turning point 3 here. That sorcerer is turning out to be tougher than a $2 steak. Coming in with yet another roll. Looks like it's going to be 2 crits and a hit. 3 hits and a crit, huh? Or sorry, 2 crits and 2 hits. Josh going in to respond. This is a huge shooting action from Colin. I think that sorcerer's luck just turned around the whole match for the boy. Colin moving in for the kill. All right, let's do a quick little recount here from a top down. We have 4 Thousand Sun units to Josh's 2. This is rough, but Josh's 2 units don't have damage on them. Colin does have his sorcerer who has been waylaid a couple times. Another unit there that is standing adjacent to the centerpiece. That one's been tapped into as well. If Josh maintains confidence in his army and does not let the luck of that sorcerer force him to falter, he should be able to take out a couple units here, evening the unit count into 2-2.
Besides the item.
This is a huge turning point 3 for the boys.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. 4 primary and 2 secondary. Because you had one
All
primary
right.
and you scored 3. And you maxed out. So
Both players discussing score right now.
and I think honestly,
Getting ready for the next TP.
unless you want to turn it points, which I'm fine with. Okay. I say if you got the chance to do more points, you got time. That's yeah. That's what I'm saying. You know, you're gonna get at least another 3.
Okay, players rolling to go first. Colin goes in with a 4. Josh goes in with a 6. That is going to be Josh's choice. Looks like he has decided to become the aggressor. Both players now looking at their attack option, trying to see if there's any sort of command points that they want to use. For those of you who are uninitiated with Kill Team, in between turning points, you are allowed to activate special ploys. And you could use your command points that you accumulate throughout the game to get bonus effects on your units. The ploys can range from, hey, give this unit a 5-up invulnerability save, to anytime this unit activates and shoots an enemy, to put a token on them. Whenever other units also shoot that enemy, they get bonuses. Okay, so ploys are just these utility command point static effects for the rest of the round that you can utilize your points at the beginning of turning points to activate for the rest of that round to give you a little bit of an advantage. This is going to be a shot from Josh. This shot is going to be a hit crit. It's important to note that most of these scouts are going to be hitting on 3s, with the scout sergeant hitting on 2s, but I'll be honest, I don't see the scout sergeant on the board anymore. Looks like we do not have to worry about the lad. Oh. Sorcerer moving up on top of the perch. That is the worst thing that could happen to Josh right now. He's worked tirelessly all game to make sure that that sorcerer did not get on top of that roof to lay hell. And that lucky, incredibly lucky roll from that sorcerer got the threats off of him, allowing him to take spot on that roof. It is looking rough for Josh over here right now. That sorcerer being on that roof is going to cover a lot of ground. Let's take a look at some of the unique actions of that sorcerer and try to get into the mind of our boy Colin over here. All right, we found it. He is most likely looking for a Firestorm from the sorcerer on the top left. Firestorm has a no range limit, 5 attacks, and hitting on rolling 4s. It is indirect, barrage, and blasts an inch around it, wherever you target it. The second time a friendly Thousand Sun aspiring sorcerer operative performs a manifest psychic power action, roll a d6. On a 1 to 2, you suffer mortal wounds. On a 3-up, 1 psychic power from the list below resolves. So he now has his mage sitting on top of the highest tower, trying to rain down literal firestorms and doom bolts at his opponent. Got a little bit of a melee action going on here at the bottom of the screen. That is going to be 2 crits and a hit from Josh's side, with 3 hits from Colin. Josh blocked the 2 hits, or sorry, other way around. Colin had 2 crits and 2 hits. Josh blocked the crit with 2 of his hits. He blocked the normal hit, so he's going to take a crit and a hit worth of damage. That is going to do a big count of damage to his boy. I see that dice down there. It looks like a 1. It looks like Josh has been knocked down to 1 hit point left on his boy. And that's going to be a concession from Josh over on to Colin. Wow. This sorcerer has been for sure the winningest unit of the game. I mentioned it early. I mentioned it at the very beginning of the game as soon as I looked at the character sheet that sorcerer was going to become potentially a problem. And sure enough, it has found its way into misery. Fantastic fight between Colin and Josh. I am going to go ahead and jump in, have a quick little conversation with our players, see where the other team is at and if they're close to the end of their round, and then we will move in. Until then, though, I need to go ahead and take a look at some of our scoring rules, so we are going to be right back. Stick around. is up, nerds? It is your boy Ramsey, and I am back with an after-action report, okay? This after-action report is going to be brought to you by Josh. He's just going to come in and just talk a little bit about the game and what he thought about the game and his experience, and then we can see if we can try to get Colin down in here too as well. So, Josh, can you come in here for a minute? All right, he is coming in right now, and he's going to give you guys a little recap, okay? Come on in, sneak on through, Bubba. Here, sneak on through. I'm going to trade off to you, Josh, whenever you are done. Go ahead and hit this button right here. See that one right there? Going to hit that button right there whenever you are done. And here's the headset. Please let the folks know.
What up, nerd? How you doing?
All right, hello. How's everybody doing? So this is Josh. Was playing with the Space Marine Scouts against the Port Cup.
And I'm still trying to think of good ways in the future to make this camera not.
You know, I had a lot of fun. I mean, I'm a little disappointed, but it was still fun nonetheless. Going into this game,
The cards
I've
down
never
here,
played
so I
against
can see
Port Cup,
everything.
so
Like,
I
it's
was
very
going purely
beautiful.
off of reputation.
But the problem is,
And I think I just
so that
underestimated
we
how
could see
fast they
the
could move,
board
especially
easily.
with the that
But
chain
the cards that you
activation
guys are
with the
putting here,
Zangors.
because I love that. I could see it
Was pretty
perfectly
sweet.
if we put cards here.
I feel like I set myself up
play around with the settings
easily
until we can
in the first turning point.
That
It
is why,
just
yeah,
he was
it's
just
about a
mowing
10
me
15
down
second delay.
with the psychic
About what it's
abilities
on. So
and
it's on a delay right now.
ranged firepower. I was kind of hoping I could get
Almost everything you can find online.
my scout sergeant moving in that bottom right corner. I had that recover item down there, and of course I didn't play it yet, but I had vantage point. I was hoping to maybe get up on the vantage point with his leader and actually give him some trouble.
Let me drop down
Have a little fun up there,
darkness
but where
a
he
little
took
bit,
him out
we'll
pretty
see if
early
it
on.
works.
That
I
kind
just want to be able to
of
see
really
the
slowed
words.
my momentum
I
a
don't
little
care
bit,
about
not
what's
having
in
the
the middle.
extra
I just
APL
want
on
to see
top
the
of that.
words.
So, but I've never done the Astartes shotguns before either on my warriors. So those are pretty fun to see. I don't know why I've never tried them before, but I like them. I might just continue to do that for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. That's all After Effect though.
Yeah, he got that midboard so fast. I didn't have really enough room to
Oh wait, I turned up the
do anything
brightness.
except for stay hunkered down and try to get my shots off. But he was just killing my guys before I could do anything. I got that grapple assault on the hunter. That was pretty sweet. Kind of his one cool trick, but it's still a pretty fun trick. You get to make a charge, and as long as you manipulate terrain in some way, whether you're climbing up, jumping down, going over a barricade, you're getting lethals on threes. And then I've got the equipment on him. It was the equipment that gave him balanced on his melee weapon. It was extra blade. So you're getting lethal threes and you're getting a free reroll on that charge action with grapple assault. That's always been super fun to pull off, and it's always interesting to see people see their heads turn a little bit once they realize that this little Space Marine Scouts, getting lethal threes on 4 dice is always just kind of fun to do, and it's always fun to at least do it once per game.
I like that.
So doesn't look like there's really any questions, so I'm going to go ahead and let it go to commercial. So thank you guys for watching, and hopefully my luck turns up a little bit in the next few games. So I feel like my dice were going pretty hot, but I could get a little more heat. Have a good one, guys.
What is up? What is up, nerds? Welcome back. Welcome back. Ramsey on the mic here. Just giving you guys a little update on when we're going to start up round 2 here. We still have 16 minutes on the clock, and you guys can see that a lot of the players have now moved over to watch Logan and Tommy. Logan and Tommy are currently duking it out. Orcs versus Nurgle. on our Afghan Chic board. I'd love to show you guys that one a little bit later if we could get the board set up nice. But yes, in the meanwhile though, as we are waiting for their round to conclude, are there any questions? No, Zach, the stream is not over. That was only round 1. We are waiting for round 2 right now. There we go. We are waiting for round 2. The victor here being Colin from round 1 with the Zinch units. On round 2, we are going to be moving to a different board this time. We're going to be moving to a different board this time around. Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and get that board set up and ready, so as soon as Tommy and Logan are complete, we could jump right into the next matches. I will go ahead and leave this screen on so you guys can kind of watch a little bit of the background as they're finishing up the round. There we go, and I will be right back.
Everybody went to this room first. So they saved it. They were able to save her before she was sacrificed.
Actually, I wonder if I can get the timer on for you guys. Hold up, let me try to do that. Let me try to do that before I go mess with the board.
Well, really, one of them, my friend was just like, all right, let's just go to the left.
Let me see if I can turn on this timer for you guys. So I was trying to get it earlier, and I was having a hard time.
You saved the girl.
There we go. This is what we wanted. Perfect.
I need to know before I get one more. You just get one more swing. One more. Like one-handed? One-handed? Yes. I actually could have sworn it was that edition. I mean, you have Stevie right on. Oh, yeah. Steve.
If we're engaged already, he's
So
ready
if
for
I have
number.
2 people engaged into one guy and I'm attacking, do I get an extra attack dice? Or does it make my attack
You also find in here
less?
is you
So,
find a key.
if your 2 units need to be within engagement range of the same enemy operative and also
Kind of close.
so if they're not that close, then they don't get
And if they
were, it's just an extra attack die. No, so your weapon skill and ballistic skill is by 1.
Yep, we are resetting over to the beta decimal table. That is going to be the hardest one. You will have a lot of questions about it as jumping between platforms is allowed.
Okay, so we're gonna engage the jump.
Jumping between platforms. So we're going to decide for now. Right back to where that was.
There's been a lot of blocking with crits.
I hate it. I hate it, but it looks really cool, so it'll be
I like
great
the-
on stream.
I like the gantries. I'm gonna be mixing the gantries with my Deladart terrain to make multi-level shipboard stuff.
Let me see how I know to move this. May have to do a little bit of a zoom out for it.
Showing the feet for free. I keep saying your time.
Says the guy who's on stream next. He said, what? You want to play Albedo Decima? What's the point of the wall? What's up?
Like the barricades you've added.
So that you don't get shot from the platform across from you. You have a little bit more maneuverability, so you can climb down the other side or use that as an ingress point up there, so that you can get. So imagine your guy's over here trying to do a wrap around, and he wants to shoot down over here. Figure that you could use this as a hard point as a climb up, get here, and then not get pelted by those guys. But as soon as you come out here to try to get the good angle, you can get pelted. I was just trying to give a little bit more variety on options. Since this is a tournament beta decimal layout, I stole it straight from their website, and I was like, that's a great layout, but it's too favorable on shooting.
So, are we good to go? And here it is. And there.
With the grapple.
All favorable.
So you have to have timing.
You gotta have time to cook. That's what I'm thinking.
Jumping is going to be even terrain only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jumping's even terrain only. Meaning that we have to
Not
time
any
it both
rules
together.
for, unless you have fly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they didn't have, so on the like diagram, they show a bunch of like yellow arrows pointing to the next platform to show that they're jumpable. So this whole layout, flat, is jumpable, as long as you have enough movement. But that middle one, there's no arrows going into it, which make me think that it's made for climbing equipment. You can't go here.
See the erratic thing.
Is that too much? Yeah, no, erratic.
You have enough jump, or you have your movement. Like you have to roll to see how much of your movement
You have to
you get.
be
Okay.
an inch from where you're climbing.
So
You're
assuming
gonna jump.
You can't.
So this will be a.
You can't use it like a grappling hook.
That negates their entire terrain
You roll,
set.
as long as you roll above
They
a
do that.
2.
Oh, I see. So it's not your movement.
I'm down to roll it. I would ask the judge.
So what if you don't make the roll? So then you fall into nothing. So you're taking a gamble. Okay. Says climbing equipment doesn't help you with this at all?
No, because it's climbing equipment. You need,
I know, I'm just making sure.
you need like a grapple hook to get the fly through.
Okay.
You're not gonna get vantage point from the center to the side gantries either because it's less than 3 inches.
Okay.
Just the eyeballing it looks like 2 inches. So it's
One more
about-
time.
No, you won't get
It's still not
vantage
low.
point
Trying to
for
get the
even
perfect
terrain.
layout.
You only get vantage point if it's above 3 inches from the base level. So this actually might not even confer vantage point. No, they will. Nope. That's weird that it's not. Usually,
Get my little
usually
piggies out.
Warhammer terrain is standardized to 3 inches.
It's really so annoying to have that drop down like. I hate that.
Is this gonna work for the stream now? Or do we need to get actual like beta decimal?
Well,
Because that's just straight up water, right?
yeah, that may not be.
Yeah, what are we thinking?
Where you got the train set up from? They should also think where.
Yeah, do they provide?
Yeah, actually they did. I have it over on my laptop. Let me go pull it out.
Then
Yeah.
we need to use, that needs to supersede this.
Okay.
For standard terrain, updated this.
Do that.
It's kind of broken because you're in cover.
Yes.
Says narrative.
Ugh, come on, internet, work with me, my friend. To make it easy on stream, we made this use Afghan Sheik as the stream. Here's the forge setup. Actually, it looks like these are supposed to be up a little bit more now I'm looking at it. Looks like these are supposed to be like there. That makes sense. Re-looking at it, these are supposed to be here. Like these are pushed up more so you can actually like climb up on it with the hinge that they added. These need to scoot up here. You need to chase it like that.
It's actually off center too.
Yeah, just looking at
I need to turn this one over. Seth is the one that helped me build this one. We had a hard time with it just because understanding
this is actually side.
their layout. So oh, do we just have it fully just fucked?
A little bit. Well, because your big piece is actually on the center. It's not right on the center.
Yeah, so the big piece needs to be spot on the center like this here, right? Yeah, forge, yeah.
No, it should be farther, closer to you.
What do you mean? This is the center of the
Look,
board.
look at the center of that board. Where that's supposed to be. It's actually above the center.
Oh yeah, I see that line. That's weird.
So is this one actually used this side then?
That's weird. So it needs to be
I
down.
think this is all water. The all water.
You think that's the all water one? But the side has the same, even the all water one has the same wraparound, just doesn't have the letters.
This one probably.
Yeah, it's the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is assuming you don't have to.
3-minute warning, boys. Sorry I missed the tenor. If you're curious, it's up on screen. Yeah, so what do we think? What do we think is the best solve for this thing? Because I didn't realize that we fucked this one.
I would just adjust what you need to adjust. Leave the board where it is.
You want a board going this way, right?
Yeah.
Fighting across.
Yeah.
So just use this one. Just put it that way.
Just use this layout.
Because that would keep the same board. So you don't have to flip this.
Yeah, we don't have to flip that over. We just have to move stuff around and make it into the center. Okay, so that needs to go into the center there. One of these, here, can you guys help me start removing the mounting putty off of it? Trying to get them off. I think that the mounting putty is a good play. Don't leave residue either.
One big one, square right here.
Right. Yeah, so we're going to mirror that. So that's what we want to try to mirror. Okay, so we have a long one.
One big one right there.
We've got a long one here.
Right against that edge. Probably have to need some headwoods.
Yeah. And you got one.
Two square. Right here.
We need a 2 square up there to match it.
That 2 squares.
Right here it is. So we got a 2 square here.
There's one right there.
1 square here. 2 square here in the middle.
Kind of like this one, but just smaller.
Just smaller, yeah.
And then the other 2 squares can go like right here, like evenly between. Because the idea is this here is jumpable.
I know, right? I don't know why they keep making those kind of shapings.
Those design choices.
These seem like odd design choices to me. Oh, this looks so much more logical now, honestly.
So you can jump between those. According to this, you're supposed to be able to jump between those pieces. So like here. But it has to be even points throughout. As best you can. And then the last little one goes like right here. So you can jump between these three here.
Perfect. You got putty on that?
I'll just sit here.
Right here.
And then, well, if it's 4 inches of obscuring, we don't really need this, right?
Well, it's not it's only base level.
Oh, okay, on the red level.
Yeah, if you're elevated, you still have sight line.
Okay, so you're above the steam. Gotcha. Okay.
Still have sight line. All right, that looks cool.
So
That's a cool setup.
leave it the way it is. Probably not even worth putting a little bit.
Probably not even worth it. Sweet.
So now we got objectives. I got some cheesy stuff.
Yeah, we should have the don't we have the plastic
The little sensors. I can't see them on the stream very well.
I do have the sensors actually.
I do. Yeah. You can also just put them on top of these and stuff. But it's whatever you want to do.
It's not cooler for stream.
Well, yeah, I just didn't know where they're all
It's
gray.
gonna look cool for sure, I think.
I didn't know where they're all gray if you could see them.
I think it'll look cool. I think gray juxtaposed on that copper that I did.
Yeah.
I think gray juxtaposed on that copper will work well. Okay, so I need to pull this closer to me.
Now that we adjust the terrain, is this a hard point? Or is this where you still need climbing equipment? Yeah, no, right, but like, is it climbing equipment?
No, that's a hard point. That's a hard point. Look at how the diagram is. They are for sure like connected in the diagram.
And it's less than 3 inches, so you're not, 3 inches is like the hard division for climbing.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood.
Okay, I get one. That's cool.
I'm gonna pull towards me. So I'm pulling towards me now. Is it better or worse? I can't hear you. Better?
Tilts it the other way.
This way? Okay. Fair enough. What? Tertiary tiebreaker?
Yep. Same VPs, same number of attack ops scored, and you go to percentage of team killed.
You guys,
You
what
overachievers.
in the world? That's awesome. I'm happy to
We
hear that.
both scored 7 VP. We both got 1 VP off attack ops. I just ended up killing more stuff than he killed.
All right. If you won your last round, you are on stream. You will be at the streaming table fighting Beta Decimal.
Okay.
If you lost your last round, you will be at
Table shame.
the table of shame. Probably playing Afghan Sheik again. Yeah, let's do Afghan Sheik again. That's a good table.
I'll wait my turn.
Plan Beta Decimal for the grand finale. Assuming that you make it to the grand finale.
Grand finale?
Yeah, I'm gonna redo the dice boxes, Cam. That's an easy fix. All right. And we have the objective set. Yes, beautiful, friends. Beautiful. I can fix that easy. The opposite up. Your other up.
The other up.
I wasn't sure what was your pointer at.
Go ahead and tap it down. And I can.
I wasn't sure.
Oh, you can? It's like, yeah, I didn't know that.
All right, nerds, we are now getting back into the action. We are moving into round 2 very, very shortly. I need to retransform a couple things here, so let's go ahead and reset that transformation. We're going to cut down the dice box. What you're watching me do right now is just make sure that the dice box is fully visible to everybody. Here we go. Here we go. And here we go. Beautiful. All right. Transform this a little bit, make this match up. All right, my friends, we are moving into round 2 now. I've not started the timer yet. I'm gonna make sure that the players move over, regroup with their opponents, find their next match to get ready. At the bottom left, you will see that I've added a timer to the game so that you can help track real time what is going on. We are going to have the winners of round 1 face off against each other. So this is going to be Colin versus our boy, Logan. Logan is bringing in the Orc Boys while Colin is staying on his Thousand Suns unit. We have learned a little bit about Thousand Suns after having some conversation with Colin after the last match. Thousand Suns tend to move all of their units around their sorcerer. Their sorcerer is kind of their key unit. So, can Chopper, aka Logan, find a way to negate that sorcerer's combative effectiveness? Or is he going to get blasted off the table like Josh?
But, Cole, you know how we feel about Tao around.
I know. No, to be fair to Steve, I don't trust him. I understand.
The only acceptable thing is fruit.
I can't
This
give you
just
my friend.
in, Steve, our judge here, is suggesting that they need to be taking over the center of the board so that they can actually support. And that's going to be the main tactic of the Coven here, probably here on this beta decimal layout. You guys do see one different thing about this layout than last time. Rather than use those orange clear objective markers, we have gray pylons scattered down the center of the board. Those are the objectives. They are very, very close together. This is going to be an all-out brawl. So from here, you can have players shooting from those platforms at each other, but you're not going to be having a lot of ranged combat on the actual red truss, on this actual red lattice work, as there's a bunch of smoke coming out of anything red here on the ground, and it is obscuring shots past 4 inches. So you won't see people setting up snipers on the ground on the corners shooting across those lanes because they don't actually have sight. However, if they get up on top of those buildings, on top of these plats, on top of these truss, they can shoot down and shoot across and have an open line of sight. The big circle in the middle is elevated. It is raised. You do see it kind of overlapping the 2 rectangles it's adjacent to. Players are going to have to hop on those objectives, climb up into the center, and then support from there. This is going to be a very movement-heavy, extremely tactical match. Having all of the objectives lined up in the center makes it tempting for you to put all of your units there in the center to go try to tag all of them at least once in one round. If you could perform tagging all of them in one round, you're going to be set for the rest of the game. But is your opponent going to put individuals on the platforms around the objectives and shoot at you while you're standing there trying to take them? That's what we're going to have to find out. Again, this is Ramsey. I'm going to head off into the other room, let the players know that we are about to start up, and start the timer. All of you, hang tight.
Okay, this one doesn't jive. But who has that? Hey, are you sure this is supposed to be coming in from the long edges? Yeah, got it.
Where's my laptop at? Should I walk into the back row? No, because we changed the layout, we need to come in from the sides. Because we changed the layout, we're coming from the sides.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're coming from here. This is our deployment zone.
These are fine.
This is our deployment zone. Nah, just, are you guys okay with playing from left to right, right to left? Yeah, that shouldn't matter too much. Sweet. That's gonna be fun.
That's a fun board layout.
either these actually does not have or anything else that has a ranged attack and ignore that. Even 19 has a ranged attack. Which I've never used because I forget that I can do it and concealment. So
I love that. Alright, so I am gonna go ahead, step outside for 5 minutes, then I'm gonna come back in. Please go ahead and start up. I will start the timer as soon as I walk right back in. Okay? Let's give you guys time to get set up. Hey, sorry.
I personally like secure. Yeah. I like not having to worry about the game. That's cool.
What up, what up, what up, Maya Chu? How are you doing? Warhammer is going great, thank you for asking. We are moving into round 2 here, and we are currently in setup phase. As I am taking a quick little break before we start up so I can get my voice up to snuff for y'all. I'll go back and research some of the most famous WWE one-line quotes to make people laugh. Try to go through it. Alright, the players are going to have about 5 minutes of setup, then I'm going to come in and start the hour 45 timer. Be right back.
I'm really, really happy with how the stream layout turned out.
This looks great. Yeah, it's like
Because I use the tack off the tack to color palette. Because Canva has a thing where it'll read photos, it'll read the color palette like exact hex code, and it'll start changing the hex code to the styles, all in out. Yeah. So I kept my thing on out swap until it pairs together. It's so, oh, it's so good. We need to do this very future now. This is so good.
Who decides what's
okay.
actually start on?
I thought it was defender.
Okay.
Oh, I think normally it's usually the board is set up. Oh well, no, because it's set up mirrored, so it really doesn't matter. But yeah.
I guess pretty even board in general. I'll take that side.
Don't mind me asking, what's the health like on your guys?
Oh, okay. This is a rundown what I got. You got 3 sorcerers. They have 13 health. 3 got saves. And base shooting.
For which one? So, the rocket guy is 4-5. He also has AP1 and slash. The Daka boy is 3-4 with his. And then your sniper is 2-2 just because he has multiple. So, anything else that is
I realized that everything in here for my guys matters. So I just took all my screws, spit them all out, and it just kept on going until I had no one.
This guy has a extra
For exterior, for my northern guys, everything is interchangeable. Everything. So I was like, it doesn't matter. I just go in, grab a piece, because I already made my leaders. I already made all of them. So I was like, I don't need to sit here making crazy contracts with my range. I have a feeling I did that as well. I have a feeling I got to.
Alright, whatever you got. Yeah, barricades first, sorry. Yeah.
4-inch deployment. Weird. 4-inch deployment. Which would make sense. I assume that's this entire. Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. As long as you're on this red flag, you're good.
Oh yeah, because we're doing barricades right now.
All right, nerds, we are back and we are moving straight into the action. I'm going to go ahead and set the hour 45 timer right now. Ah, that's not it. There we go. Timer is rolling now. I will answer your question, Maya. Thank you for asking what factions do we have. Currently, we're going to have Urk Boys, Orkies, fighting off against Thousand Sun Zinch. But our judge, our all-powerful Steve, has posed a question that he wants for you guys to answer. If you had a food truck in your area, what food would you choose? It could be anything you want. What food would you choose? Me, for Ramsey, I would have to go with something probably Mediterranean, something I could get spicy. I'd probably have a gyro truck. Ooh, a lobster roll truck that specializes in like hot aioli on the lobster roll. A lobster roll truck's what I'm going with. That's my choice for sure. Steve, what is yours? Steven, Japanese curry. That's a good one. That's a good one. Japanese curry truck would go hard. All right, both players rolling for deployment here. They will be starting and setting up their units on the right and left edges. Right and left edges here. Fighting for those objectives in the middle. Remember, as long as they are on the red platforms, there is smoke and steam pouring out of them, making it so that they are obscured vision past 4 inches. That will come in handy while they are approaching the objectives itself so that they don't get sniped off the board before the match even starts. Orc boys have just something spicy. Love spicy, Maya. What's your favorite spicy food? What is your favorite spicy food, Maya? I want to know at this point. I'm more of a buffalo wings guy myself, but if it could be spicy, I want it spicy. Also, I'm a boneless guy. I don't like my hands get messy. I guess I'm a little weird like that. I'm a little weird like that. I think I've been called a baby a couple times.
After we do everything, right before we start.
Boneless wings are best. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Maya. I agree. Boneless wings are goated. I'm getting hungry now, though. I don't know how much more I can commentate hungered. I'll have to call out somebody go give me some boneless wings later. Join in. Let's fix this clock down here. Make it a little more. There we go. All right, we have Orc Boys setting up on the right over here while the Zinj Cult is setting up on the left. Zinj starting off with some engaged tokens. They are ready to fight as soon as they can. Orcs remaining concealed. It is important to know, however, folks, that the Orcs do have a special little gimmick where quite a few of them can swap from concealed to engage and then swap right back to concealed, making in for some really quick little ambush shots. All right, looks like both players are set up. They probably see the timer rolling off on the screen, as we do have a copy of the stream right now directly across from them on the big screen.
The sniper is here. Yep. figured that. That's why I was sort of putting mine the way they were. Pretty much. I've taken some really special equipment because of this now. All kinds.
Maya coming in asking any bugs on the docket today. No, we don't have any bugs. The closest thing we have to the creepy grossies would be our Nurgle player that is currently playing on the side table across from the two competitors that we see on our screen here. The man in red that's sitting back there, he is playing Nurgles. They're the gross icky boys. Logan, who is currently front facing the camera, he is playing the Orc Boys. Colin, whose back is to the camera right now, is playing our Zinch. And then off across from them, we saw Josh from round 1, who is playing his Scout Squad. If anybody wants to follow along, I highly suggest going up to or pulling out kt-app on your phone. This will give you plenty of lists as well as character sheets for the armies that we are looking at today. If you look up Orc Boys, you'll be able to see what Logan is playing. Alternatively, if you look at the Thousand Suns, you will see what Colin is playing at the moment. I am currently pulling up Orkies at this time. Playing the Commando. You need to get back into Warhammer? Why did you ever get out, Maya? If the answer is not because it got too expensive, I'm going to tear gas your dog. There we go. There's the threat. Tear gas it. I'm gonna wait till it's out on a walk all alone one night. I'm gonna pop a little canister out. What is happening down here? That makes sense. I now understand what's happening. Time, money, space for everything. Yeah. Yeah, those are the big ones to look out for. Especially the space. Oh my gosh. I keep on building more and more games. Right now I'm working on a conquest army. And I have no idea where I'm going to put it. No clue. Not too many people to play around with, Maya. That is unfortunate. Where are you out at? Where are you out at? Game Grove's off here in West Virginia. If you're anywhere nearby, the North Carolinas, the Ohios, the Virginias, let's plan a trip out. Let's plan a trip out. Try to come out on like a tournament day or like an organized play day.
You know, my leader has the great ace.
You've been here a few times? Oh, okay. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Well, you need to come on down now. What do you mean ain't got too many people to play with? We have the sauce at the moment. We had probably 10 participating here in the Kill Team League. And there was even more that were interested that just couldn't commit to the league. So I'm telling you, if you're looking to play some Kill Team, we have the setups ready. We have the people ready. You hop into our Discord, hop into Kill Team chat, try to get a game scheduled on a weekend. I guarantee people snap up at it. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words about our store. We do our best over here. We do our best trying to create the most nerdy environment for our favorite nerds. Off in the background, you see the jump scare from Nate the Saint, aka Nate the Great, over there in the yellow shirt. He's one of our Magic players, also a very kind dude. Very, very nice dude. We call him Nate the Great for a reason. He's been looking into war games for a little bit of time. And I think he's finally now finding the time to sit down and watch it played. I'm excited. We may get to witness the birth of a war game player and have video evidence of it. That'd be really, really cool if he watches and really enjoys it and commits it to memory. That's where the time factors in. I feel that. I feel that. I'm with you. There's so many games that I want to be playing. I want to be knocking out 40K games. I want to be knocking out Sif and Kill Team. I want to get some Conquest on. I want to get some Shatterpoint on. But running the store, I have to pick a couple games that I prefer the most whenever I sit down and play. But I will be honest, Kill Team is one of the games where if you come in on like a boring Sunday, don't have a lot going on, and I don't have anything going on either. It's one of the games that I am most likely to drop what I'm doing and try to get a quick little match in. It's not a guarantee. I probably say yes, maybe about, if I'm being honest, 35% of the time. But I'm always a good backup in case if your scheduled match bails. I'm normally pretty available on Sundays after D&D. D&D ends around 3:30. So if you want to get a match, nobody's responding, hit me up, man. I got you. One of us. What is up, Zach? Currently, we have 4 players here. I just saw your comment here in Facebook. My apologies. Facebook has a different comment section than Twitch, so it's harder for me to keep up on that one. But yes, we currently have 4 players. We invited out 6, and a couple players had to drop. But we currently have 4 players in the venue right now that are duking out for first, second, third, best painted and base sportsman. We also have a trophy. The trophy is very, very sweet. Looks like guys, I'm gonna go and see what the holdup is. They should have started teaming the round. What are you saying, off or BB Fantasy? You don't like Kill Team? You don't like war games? Because you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today about one of the best ones on the market. All right, looks like we have a shot coming in. That's going to be 2 crits and 2 hits from Colin. The response from Logan seems to be pretty meek. Damage already pushing through. Z Ranger, is Logan winning yet? No, not yet, but it looks like he's actually quite the opposite, starting off the game by getting waylaid by Cacao! Blaster fire straight to the face. right, guys. I just heard some of the best analysis for this game, and I'm going to have him sit down. He's walking away from me right now. I'm going to have the judge sit down and give you guys a little primer on strategy. Can you please take just a couple minutes here, Steve, pop this headset on, and give the chat a little insight into what we need to see for this game, what we need to see happen for either player to take the victory.
Would I be able to see the zinc?
Yeah, probably you can see the zinc. He's behind cover.
What's up, guys? Steve here. Thinking about the orc strategy. I think that they're at a little bit of a disadvantage here. They're going to have to push into the center and try to knock off Orc Coven's advantage on the security attack ops, which are the secondary objectives. Some of the advantages of the commandos, like the breach away, are kind of not able to use those to their advantage because of the lack of walled terrain, the height. So really just going to be more like a bog standard commando going through this game. The Warp Coven are also going to have the advantage of the fly mechanic, which is going to let them bridge some of those gaps between the gantries. Be a little bit more maneuverable out of the box, whereas the Orcs are going to have to rely on jumps, which is a little used mechanic up to this point, and kind of have to roll to see how much of your movement you get. It's going to be a tough one for the Orcs, I think, overall. But if they can push quickly, Orcs have high wound count. If they can push into the center quickly and they can take care of that sorcerer, I think they'll be well positioned to hold them off and take the game. It's going to be a tough one. Excited to see how it plays out. Colin is the more experienced player here, but I would love to see the Orcs
Okay, I was not expecting to get Burner Void and Rocket Void to 3 and 1 health.
I have not had that burner boy do anything in
I killed some cursed fleas that the game had just faced against Tommy.
That says hi, Steve. Oh no, he's smart at game. Steve regularly likes to whoop on me. I think it's his favorite pastime. Yeah, it's been a minute. We're gonna need another game in. Only a matter of time until Logan gets the W. Kev up there on that Logan stock. I'm on Colin's stock, man. Again, Colin showed up to the first time with us at a Kill Team Learn to Play. And he showed up with 8 different armies for the Learn to Play. And I was like, hey, I don't think you need to learn to play. He was correcting me on some of my misspokes. I was like, oh yeah, Colin knows what he's doing. So we have happily taken him into our arms, into the ranks of the Grovians. And he is looking to get his first appearance on stream and a first win today. Kevin's still in here. Sauls, are you still chilling in the YouTube chat? Looking out for Logan over here? Looking out for the boy? Logan's Orcs moving up the side. For those of you who are not with us for round 1 and who are unfamiliar with Kill Team, let me walk you guys through kind of the pacing of what we're going to see here. Turning point 1, players may take a couple pop shots at each other, but they're going to be spending the majority of turning point 1 moving into position and getting into a strategical spot so that they can move in and engage combat around the start of turning point or the middle of turning point 2. Okay? It does seem that they're pulling out their line tools now to try to see what line of sights they could get to shoot across. However, it's probably going to be limited combat from here on TP1. It's going to be a lot of positioning, but turning point 2 is when we're really going to start shoutcasting and start getting in there. Colin already rolling some dice, it seems. Going to be a hit and a crit. Looks like they're measuring to or from his sorcerer. Measuring from an orc to the sorcerer, trying to see if they could get up on top and shoot down at the boy. But these platforms, these rectangular platforms, are considered hard cover. You do see that they're kind of bridge set up, kind of truss. It is clear underneath the platform, so if you wanted to set up the board where you could walk under them, you can. But they are assumed to be hard cover. So the orcs that are currently behind those platforms, they are not actually shootable from underneath. Oh, that's going to be a huge roll. 3 hits and a crit from Colin. Gonna go ahead and take a quick little peek at the sorcerer over there. Hitting on, actually that's gonna be all hits. It's gonna be 4 hits and a crit from Colin. The saving response from Logan seems that he saved none of them, as the orcs have a 5-up save value. That is gonna be hard. Logan can't take shots like that. If he takes many more than that, he may not be able to get to the middle of the board. That's going to be very rough. I think once Logan probably has a couple orcs dropped while trying to position forward, once he actually gets up into that center, he'll probably be able to hold it. But until then, he is prime target right now for the sorcerer to just waylay fools. The sorcerer, that pinkish reddish cloak there at the bottom left of the screen with the 2 little gold blips on his backpack. Any of us who have joined in the last 10 minutes, I've seen a couple people come and go. I ask you guys the question of the round. If you could own a food truck in your local area, what food would you sell? I have settled on my food truck being lobster rolls that specialize in different spicy aiolis. I think that would be the food truck that I would most get fat in. Mainly because I just kind of want to buy lobster at cost. Still resolving this shot. Oh no, they just left the dice on the board. We're good. Fish tacos. That's a good one, man. Fish tacos. A fish taco truck would crush. Fish taco truck would crush. I'd be into that. How big would your menu be, Z? Do you think that you would have a big, like, a bunch of different varieties of fish, or do you think you would specialize in, like, these are our, like, salmons, these are our halibuts and tunas, and, like, that's it? Like, just we make it how we make it, food truck style. You either like it or you don't. How would you do it? Would you have big menu, or would you just kind of narrow it down to a couple of your faves? Meanwhile, as we have this conversation, Zinch moving up the top side of the board, traveling cardinal direction east towards these orcs, trying to get to these objectives. However, I find it strange that he moved his unit right outside of the barricade. He is currently a sitting duck, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 orcs that can pop around that corner and respond in a very short amount of time. Colin moving more up that top side. This time keeping his unit in engaged mode behind the barricade. Trying to protect that one. Trying to protect that unit for whatever reason. Specialty menu, but nothing like grouper, halibut, or ruffian. Oh, nothing like grouper, halibut, and ruffian. Oh, I feel you, dude. Halibut used to be the jam. I grew up in Alaska myself, and every summer, the big family trip for like all the families was to go out to one of the big ports called Valdez and go deep sea fishing for halibut, because you could hop on a charter for super cheap, and you could come back with literally hundreds of pounds of halibut to freeze for winter. So I for sure ran through halibut in my childhood. I've had it prepared in more ways than you could imagine. Zinch continuing to move up the top. Seems like that is the main game plan. Logan wanting to respond with his own orcs up top as well. We do see quite the line set up from Colin on the left side of the board. Look at that vertical rectangular platform with 3 units on it and 1 below. Colin has some plans laid out right now. Fish is the jam, dude. People who don't like fish might just, it blows my mind. See, I like most fish, but I need certain breeds prepared certain ways. Like, for example, I'm so sick of salmon that I need it prepared certain ways or else I won't eat it. But I love fish regardless. Oh man. Imagine the kind of fish you can pull out of some of these like outer planets in Warhammer. I bet they got some tasty little morsels sitting down in their waters. Nothing like some good old char though. You're a fan of char, Luck? Dude. I haven't had char in so long. I can't tell you the last time I had char actually. Wow. Are there any here in the... Are there any good places with char in West Virginia that you would recommend? Or are you not a local? Both players measuring the jumps from the platform. It seems that they want to hop on the platforms here. What we see Colin currently positioning for and measuring for is to get his unit on top of this platform and jump from platform to platform. That is a mechanic. All of these platforms are jumpable with the exception of the long horizontal rectangular platform on the south side of the map near the center. Midwestern, sadly unsure about West Virginia. You're gonna, ooh, I bet you could jerk up some char. Send me some char jerk, yeah, sounds good. Ooh, that is going to be 4 hits and a crit from Colin. Looks like he has a shot lined up. Who's he shooting at? Salmon is good when prepared, right? Got to pull the dark strip. I agree. 100%, that is the trick. All right, that's going to be 1 saved shot coming in from Chopper. Getting a crit on his save, but he got dropped down. His opponent must have been, Colin must have used a Melta or something with some armor piercing. Dropping Logan's dice down to 1 crit, and that's going to be a lot of damage from a model. Let's see if Logan actually takes anything off the table. Oh, it wasn't enough damage to drop him. Logan with 1 HP on one of his units, so it's going to be kind of rough. Tilapia, crab meat, and lemon butter. Ooh. 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 That's a good combination. That's a combination that makes my belly rumble. Orc boys starting to take their own platform from the spawn. That is going to be 1 movement action. He can move a little bit more if he wants to try to get up to the corner and respond kindly with a shot. Good choices. Yeah, tilapia, crab meat, lemon butter is like the banger combo. Honestly, anything buttery. Just say that you put butter on whatever and I'm in. As long as it's not a dessert. Logan trying to maximize his move right now, trying to get his orc up on this platform. I wonder if he's trying to respond with his own shot. Oh, he's looking at a potential jump maneuver, measuring it out, leaping across. This orc is playing Frogger. It is Mario right now, jumping on heads, but can it bop the shell across the table from it? We'll find out. Shot coming in here. That's going to be 1 crit and 2 hits from Colin. 2 saves coming in from Logan. That's going to be 1 critical save, blocking that off, taking more damage down. Now we see Colin strat. Colin baited Logan out into this top corridor, knowing that he had many less activations, turning on Overwatch for the round and popping Logan as he's activating. Clever moves from Colin. It is dangerous. It does leave him open, and as soon as that turning point 2 comes, he's going to be staring down a scary squad of orcs. But in the interim, it is a good way to get some early damage on board. Hopefully softening up Logan before the true bouts begin in turning point 2. Logan getting a little bit willy, a little bit nilly here as he's moving his orcs across the board, trying to finalize his activations. All right, Colin going in with another shot. That's going to be 2 hits. Logan's going to respond with 2 dice saves. That's going to be 1 save and 1 fail. All right, a little more damage being spread around the board here. Oh, this is becoming rough. That's going to be double misses from Colin. It's about crumping time. I wish I could crump. I'm too uncoordinated. Back in the age of TikTok and COVID and stuck at home, I was looking up all those little dance tutorials, and I thought that I would be unique by learning crumping, and I'm way too uncoordinated. Every action I made that was supposed to be a powerful action that was supposed to look cool, it looked very flamboyant. So I put the hobby down very quickly. Logan trying to sneak a couple orcs here underneath this platform, and that is going to be the end of turning point 1, moving into turning point 2. To the uninitiating, in between turning points, players need to roll a dice to see who is going to go first. Then they need to utilize their command points to turn on ploys, strategical ploys. They may choose to do so, and if they do, these ploys give them benefits for the rest of this turning points, okay, until every unit is activated. These benefits range from invulnerability saves whenever getting shot to powering up shots if they land in multiple succession. There's a lot of utility based on which units you are utilizing, which army you have on the field, so we may see a more aggressive ploy coming out from Logan to try to make up some of this distance from Colin's Overwatch. Exclamation point, Ed Pat. Yeah, thank you. I need that little pat on the head there. I tried my best, man. Crumping is hard, man. It's one of those days. All right, both players very active on this board right now, doing some pre-measuring. They are both got plans rolling together.
Did you have any tactics or?
Oh, yes. Oh, so we go up one more.
All right, players have about an hour and 8 minutes to finish off the round here. Absolutely doable with the pace that they're going right now. As I said, setup and turning point 1 are the two longest rounds in the game. Turning point 1, you have to be so careful with you moving. You want to make sure that you start the game off on the right tactical footing. So people tend to play turning point 1 slow. Turning point 2 is a little bit faster pace of a round. This is where a lot of our fighting is going to take place. And turning point 3 is going to be a breakneck speed, trying to finish each other's low health units off.
That allows me to read. So,
Secure vantage point.
I pose a question to my viewers. What kill team do you run? What kill team do you want to run if you do not have one? And if you do not know how to play kill team yet, how do you plan to fix that? Because I may have a resolution for you. So let me know. A little bit of fighting actions coming in from Logan over here. He's going to hit on that 5 and a crit with these shots. Colin is going to respond in kind. Let's take a look at Colin's sheet. Colin's going to have an average save value of 3. He's going to block them all. Oof. Wow. Thousand Suns. Oh, okay. Non-average save value 3. Colin has multiple units that save at 3, but some of his Zangorian units, they have save values of 6. So unless they roll good, they're going to get blown out. Lurking off to the store. Hey, you guys have some fun. Enjoy your day, Maya. Pop back in whenever you're done for round 3, the grand finale. You will be able to see our champion most likely be crowned. It's going to be a very exciting crowning. So be ready to pop in whenever you're done and back from the store. Z-Ranger. Need to finish the new Striking Scorpions. Oh, I haven't seen them ran yet. You need to bring them in. Bring them in. I want to see. I want to fight them. Tyrannus and GSC. Hey, I'm so excited for the GSC releases that are coming out here soon. You guys should have already heard the rumors for it. We don't have any official order sheets out. Actually, it's Sunday. I can check to see if we have an order sheet out. 1 second. Looks like the releases leaked to everybody here online early. Oh my gosh. This is why I took a look, friends. This is why I took a look right before you bounce off. I'm staring at the release sheet for today. We are looking at Gene Stiller Cults, Biosyntanic Brood Surges, Adeptus Auroritas Army of Faith, Gene Stiller Combat Patrol, Sisters Combat Patrol, Sisters Captain, Orcs Big Mech, Sisters have the Priest. We have Gene Stealer Codex coming out, Sisters Codex coming out, Gene Stealer data cards, Sisters data cards, and a new approved Pariah Nexus mission deck. Wow. Gene Stealer Cults getting the love today. You guys heard it here first, leaked by Game Grove. It's all up on the community page. Sooner or later. Heard it here first. It's going to be fun stuff. If you guys want any of those products that I just said, if you want to add them into your collection, join our Discord. You can find our Discord link in our many different socials. The easiest one that I know to get to right now is Facebook on our details page. I will be posting later today or tomorrow a pre-order sheet of images of all of the new products coming out. All you have to do is go in and use a emote. Use an emote associated with those products, and I will order you one. You are not obligated to come and pick it up. You're not locking in a sale, but I will order an extra one to make sure that you have one guaranteed day of it coming out. Meanwhile, though, it seems that we have Colin and Logan starting to meet here at this top intersection on the north side of the board. Players are taking the objectives. You will see anything activated for round 2 is going to be orange. It means that it's already been used. They cannot use it. Anything black is going to be unactivated for this round. So be looking for black and orange to see whether or not those units are available to their generals.
This is for me, quite yet.
Sniper is going to shoot at him.
Okay.
He has a.
Okay. This is where you're obscured. You see how you can't see my full model? Now, if you want
Did they
to
drop a
step
dice?
aside,
I see Colin searching underneath tables here. They're looking around. Are they looking for a dice?
and you guys, if you disagree with it,
Oh, they're discussing angles. This may be a judge intervention.
Yeah. It's hard to tell.
I'm gonna see for it. Here you go.
Let's go ahead and take a quick peek here
Oh, okay.
at some of the new goodies that we have coming out for Gene Stillers and stuff, because now I'm genuinely curioso. Curioso. If you guys want to look up the new Gene Stiller or Sister stuff while they are figuring out these angles, you guys can Google Warhammer Community. It will be the first one to pop up, warhammercommunity.com, and they have posted images of the new products coming out. I'm excited for the Pariah Nexus mission deck. That thing looks really, really awesome. The codexes, oh, the art that they chose is so fantastic. It seems that the entire Battle Force box for the Sisters are all flying models. They all have like action flying clear bases. Their priestess has a flamethrower. You guys just gotta go check it out. You guys gotta go check it out. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can hook you up really quick.
So they'll need to move. It's not much. But they'll do need to get a move.
And then shift side.
We're gonna do a screen cap here, really quick. Let me cut these down. There we go. We'll do a little bit of a screen capture here. Take a look at some of the new releases, because I'm dying over here.
I think about news and seeing what it doesn't matter much. I'll be honest. So behind the other games.
Okay. What is the issue? Alright, sorry about that, guys. Steve just popped his head in to let me know what the hang-up was, and it was a new ruling for the Beta Decima set. That is the terrain that the players are using right now. They were trying to see whether or not Logan had a valid shot through some piping. Both players rolling in with a new shot, though. Colin coming in, and that's going to be 3 hits and a crit. Logan responding with 1 critical save. Over on the left, I'm going to be scrolling a little bit through some of these new releases. This is what is announced today. All of these are going to be available on Game Grove, and I'll be taking your want numbers later on our Discord. If you want one, hop to our Discord later whenever I make the post of all these images, and heart emote the ones that you like. Easy enough, simple system. They look so cool. Let's go Warhammer. That's right, Paint. That's right, girl. We're watching them finish up a combat here at the northern intersection while I'm kind of showing off some of these new books. The Gene Stiller Codex looks so good. Fantastic dice, too. Dice look so good. I'm going to have to find myself some Gene Stiller dice. Oh, that big mech looks dope.
Listen, my sniper needs to do something.
Ooh.
Everyone else is back.
Hi there.
That's the wrong guy. Where is Sniper?
That is a shield captain we're staring at the left. Yes, they are adding a bigger, stronger Custodes model because, yeah, they need more strength.
Yes.
They need more strength, apparently. They need to be bigger.
Actually, I can see. I don't know if they have to be
All right, and that was a little sneak peek into the new releases here for Warhammer in the next coming couple weeks. Both Logan and ooh, that is. I hope he's hitting on threes. He's putting him aside like he is. Logan coming in with a huge melee attack, fighting over this objective numero 13. That is going to be a very weak response from Colin. Very weak response from Colin. Taking heavy damage from that shot. Both players are measuring out. Ooh, Paint. Now that you are here, you can answer the question of the round for me. If you could own a food truck off in Huntington, what food would you sell? What would you want to sell? Sky's the limit. You have infinite coffers. Both players measuring height of the middle platform from this lower platform, measuring the distance. I think they're trying to bust out Pythagorean theorem. Pretty sure you don't need to do heavy math for that. Oh, they're measuring a jump is what they're doing. He was trying to see if he could be sneaky enough to clip the edge of the middle piece from where he was standing on that platform. That was smart. That was a good gambit that he ran. Because if he could get that guy up on that top platform off one jump, that would have been absolutely absurd. That was a good gambit that he ran. He was hoping that the math would work out from his movement on the round prior, and he was just an inch off. Just an inch off. Moving a full move in there and tapping that objective. Yes, you heard the right word, objective. Those gray circles are the objectives for this game mode. They are pylons. They are radios. They need to run and sprint to these radios and shut them off, on, depending which side they're on. I assume that whoever's being invaded is the one turning on the radios. Whoever is invading wants them turned off.
I did not change it, but
Logan now activating over on the south side of the board. Colin explaining intent here. Logan trying to see if he could get a cheeky objective tap here. Rolls up. That's going to leave him a judge. Judge. Are they rolling the objectives as cover? They're rolling the objectives as being unimpeded. All right. So that's going to leave Logan wide open here as he taps this south objective. The sorcerer is overlooking it from the platform from behind a barricade. Oh. He is going to take something to the face that we know here as Firestorm, Doombolt, or just a blaster. But that orc did get the victory point off. Is that victory point going to be worth toe-to-toeing against the Sork? Steve entering scene to make sure, Steve as a judge, entering scene to make sure that Logan is aware of that he is putting himself open. This is the hardest terrain board layout we have of the day, is this Beta Decima. The Beta Decima is extremely fun terrain layout to use, but it is very flavorful and masterfully made by some of the geniuses over at Games Workshop, meaning our little human minds have a hard time following their line of thoughts. There's a lot of little rules to the Beta Decima kit itself. This is a terrain layout used in the Beta Decima book, as well as a suggested objective layout. And it does have some strange rules, such as jumping between platforms. You're allowed to see through the objectives, even though they're made after 3D model terrain. They're not actually obscuring line of sight. You can move through and on them as well. These little rules kind of add up. Stuff like steam is coming off the ocean in between the platforms and you can't shoot across. Little rules like that add up to make this a more judge-involved map. The map after this is my favorite map layout that we made for the day. I'm calling it Afghan Chic. It is really awesome map that is utilizing our Battlefield in a Box terrain for historicals, actually. Paired in with a little bit of some Egyptian motif. I think you guys will enjoy the layout. It's very awesome. Colin moving one of his units here on top of this next objective. Let's see if he is planning to tap it or move all the way up. Nope. He wants to get as many units on this middle platform as possible. Colin wants to play King of the Hill. Can Logan dethrone him? He is there first. He's starting to dig his feet into the sand. Make sure he is move I bull. Clip, clap, clink-a-dink. Colin knocks over an objective, but that is fine. No penalty this time. If he mistreats my equipment again, I'm going to go give him a wet willy. He'll consider that his first warning. Orc boys activating up on the north side. Seems we have the north side Nike breakdown trying to charge in there. We got 1, 2, 3 units trying to join their boys. They want to make sure that they gang up on that Zinchi lad as soon as possible. Logan measuring it out. Again, this is a very tactically difficult map to play. This is a map that will wear out the players. So if either of them make it to the grand finals, they're going to be for sure working off the back of a game that took a lot of mental power.
I think it's pretty
if anybody is curious at how Logan did last round, you do see that he is at the winner's table right now. If you guys are curious on how Logan did last round, Logan wound up going to a triple tiebreaker to beat out Tommy. Tommy pulled it through. Tommy said that he was going to try to make himself stalwart and make sure that he could actually, well, stave off some of these more veteran players or these more read-up players. And Tommy did just that. Tommy almost took the win. Tommy being a little bit of a negative Nelly off there in the background. But, you know, good smile, good laugh, good handshake can bring Tommy back out of his negativity, back into the game as he's currently duking it out against Josh playing Scouts. Logan measuring the north side. We're going to see a lot of skirmishes on this north side here soon, as this is two ocean fronts. Imagine two giant waves that are about to crash right into each other. We have pretty much full Zinch units coming from the left side of the north. We have full Orc units coming from the right side of the north, and they're just going to sandwich here at this top platform. Colin getting his units into that center platform early to take away that advantageous position from Logan is going to drive the match. It is going to be a driving force for the match. Both players are going to have to play around him being dug in at that centerpiece, and it's going to give him a huge advantage right off rip. Colin moving a unit here on top of this left rectangular platform, trying to get a little bit of Overwatch in case if the Orc boys want to start climbing up that platform, because that is something that Logan has to worry about, is Overwatch. If Colin is not taking a shot, and if Colin has activated all of his units and Logan starts moving guys within their line of shots, what are you going to do if your gun's already aimed at an area that a guy's walking by? You're going to pull the trigger, right? So that's what Overwatch is. And Colin will be able to perform Overwatch. So if Logan starts to try to climb onto these platforms, he's going to start getting shot at. He needs to find a way to stop that from happening as soon as possible.
Oh, that's correct. Put that there. I can charge in concealment. Since I charge you, not only do I have brutal, I have stun as well. Okay. So.
If anybody is looking to get into Kill Team, swing by Game Grove this week. Go ahead and talk to me. Talk to some of our employees and some of our other war gamers, and try to get a feel for our community. If you really need to learn how to play, and if you're really, really interested, we can work out ways to get you in front of another player, in front of a coach that can help teach up the game. I myself have been known to teach people here in the shop, so please swing by. Meanwhile, though, we have a little bit of action. It's going to be some melee action coming in from Logan against Colin here. Logan hitting a crit and 2 hits. Colin with 2 hits and a crit as well, so both players responding the same. Logan's going to be the aggressor here.
Yeah, so I might as well. I might as well just send. This is going to be 5.
Let's go ahead and look over at YouTube and see what our YouTube friends are saying. No, still chilling over here with the last one on YouTube talking was Kev. All right. The fight is starting to come to a conclusion. Logan did more damage than he was dealt. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's going to be huge for him because he needs to clear this spot up. Colin has created a plug. He has put his units right in the middle of the egress, or of the ingress to this top platform, and the Orcs have to clear the path. They have to get around it. This is where a good grenade would come in if Logan equipped any, but I don't know if he has any grenades equipped. We take a quick peek at the Commandos kill team right now. I don't see anything in the Commandos kill team that's going to naturally give him a grenade. So unless he brought a grenade on his own accord, that's going to be a hard gap to open up.
That was against my big guy too. Yeah. You saved 4 of them. You just had 13 wounds.
Alright, he's gonna shoot the flamer.
Something you guys need to roll if you say boost.
What's he hurt?
He has 1 wound left.
Well,
Colin coming in with a shot of his own, only landing in a singular crit. Logan going in to respond, fails all 3. That is going to be a little bit of chip damage on Logan. Logan laughing. Logan laughing as his unit got. All right, that's another party foul. Somebody get Colin a wet willy. Knocking over a barricade. How dare he? Logan laughing as he removes his orc boy from the board. The sorcerer coming in from the south side. Colin has done it. Colin put the sorcerer on the south side, hoping that Logan would not be able to push up. Hoping that he could get that sorcerer onto the platform without being harassed too much. And he is starting to open up this south side. Colin currently has what seems to be the tactical advantage on the board. He seems to have a solid game plan of area coverage and denial from these boys. But Logan is devious. Logan is the kind of player that will let your plan come to fruition, but he already planned a way around it. So let's see if Logan has a trick up his sleeve here in turning point 3 as we near it very rapidly. A bit off topic, are we doing anything for Pride Month? Yes, we are. We are going to be having deals all month. And you will see that our different esports top 8 graphics are each week going to have different pride flags, colorations as the color gradient of the background. Just as kind of a nod saying, hey, we see you, we're part of the community too, and we got you. But nothing too crazy overt. We are still in a pretty rough part of West Virginia that we don't want to cause too much of a scene. It's still in a rougher part, but we are going to do everything we can to put it out, support the community, and to let you guys know that we're here for you. Anytime you want to talk or get something off your chest, we got you. No, Colin got some 5 shots. 4 shots landed on the board here with a crit in there. Colin trying to decimate out Logan. Indeed, it's not great here. Yeah, it's rough. I see. I don't want to bring in any unnatural hate towards the Grove, and I don't want for people to essentially come and cause drama. So we are doing subtle nods. Subtle nods that are very overt if you're part of the community, but subtle enough that if you're not part of the community, you're like, oh, that's pretty colors. Damn right. Do I got my own emote in here? Do I have a pan emote? There we go. Click clack, Maya. I got you covered early. Players conversing a little bit there. Trying to figure out what the next action is. Logan has been backed into a wall. Okay, they're going into TP3. Turning point 3. Remember how I said that turning point 1 is going to be posturing, turning point 2 is going to have some fighting, and 3 is going to be the slobber knocker? Well, we're there. We're there. It is time to start duking it out. Expect a lot of shoutcasting here over dice. Colin winning the roll here for first player. Oh, I just got informed that Colin has a significant advantage in VP. How significant of an advantage? Three or 4 points up. I mean, that does make sense. He has been the proactive one trying to plug these, and he just got there first. I mean, he.
Yeah, those secondaries for security just let you sit in the middle, and if you can hold it, this board is built it's tailor-made for security advantage. So Logan's got his work cut out for him in the next 2 turning points, but I think that he might be able to turn the tide just barely if he rolls well, gets in there.
See, yeah, that is going to happen. Anytime Steve comes in with some hot goss, I'm going to just pass him the headset and be like, hey, tell them why you're telling me. They want to know. So that's for sure going to be the strat here in the future. But we do see what seems to be a heavy shot line coming in from the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer landing 1 crit and 4 follow-up shots on somebody. Oof, who is he waylaying? Oh, that wasn't the Sorcerer. That was the north side of the board. Okay. Nope, that was his gunner sitting there up on that top platform shooting down. Brutal. Another shot coming in. That's going to be 4 hits. Colin got there first, man. Colin got there first. You have returned. Welcome back, Sethy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Feel free to ask questions, Seth. Oh, goodness. More shots coming in. 1 saved. Logan removing another orc. This is a rough one. Colin did a good job at utilizing the jumping platforms, and that is, I think, what put him ahead this game so far, was his use of the map's mechanics of jumping from plat to plat unimpeded by enemies on lower platforms. Going back in time, I bet if he could redo it, that Logan would want to put a couple to a few units on that square platform on the north side, on the north top right side, and jump them onto the middle platform sooner. I have a feeling that whenever he looks back at this, he's going to see that was an option, and is probably going to be like, yeah, I would have taken some shots, but it would have been better than getting slowed down. Because Steve's right, as soon as you get up on this middle platform, it is a pain to take, and you do see Colin being devious and sneaky. Look where he put his model. He put his model on that edge for a reason. If Logan is to jump over, he will immediately be engaged and still slow down from that middle platform. Colin figured out the map strategy quicker, and he is paying the dividends for it. Here comes some big rolls for Logan. Logan going to land a crit and 3 hits. Colin getting 3. Oh. Misses? No, he must be shooting a Zinch unit. All right. A little bit of damage being dispersed here. Logan goes in for another roll, and Calamity strikes, leaving him only with 1 hit out of 4. Colin not saving it, though. That's a funny music drop. Logan not looking happy. Colin explaining it here. I'm going to be Colin's voice. Well, Logan, I have backed you into a corner. You might as well concede now. Logan says, oh no, Colin. It's been my plan all along. I'm the hero of the story. I have friendship. You know you can't take the middle board from me. You might as well just leave now. You see, I planned this for the last 10 years. No, Colin. I have a plan. The orc boys are going to go Unga Bunga. A player will move a piece eventually. I believe in it. I believe in it. Oh, you like that, Maya? There we go. Looks like a decision has been made. Trying to load up dice. There we go. The hang-up was a save question, I believe. It was, hey, how many wounds does that actually have? Is it worth me shooting? is actually what Colin was asking. Cock die over here is going to be 3 hits. And that is going to be 3 hits total here from Colin. Shots coming through. You want to clip out that, Maya, can you go back and clip out that little monologue? Oh, wow, what a response from Logan with the triple crit and a hit. That may be what Logan needed to open up the north side of this board. Remember, when you're running more units than your opponent here in Kill Team, especially to Logan's degree of like 3 or 4 more units, you are going to see serious losses early game. That's just the nature of the army. You're running more units, they have less health, they're easier to kill. You're going to lose more. You just need to have a level head. Who cares if your opponent took out 4 of your units? Breathe. You're only 1 unit down total, man to man. Go ahead and breathe. You got time to move in there. Think through the game. Don't give up early. I have seen a couple good models left behind on the table finish out a game. It is fully possible. The game is not over. Unless Colin takes the center like this. Maya. You buy, which unfortunately on Noble. Great add on your PC. I feels with you on that one.
Understand.
I guess that but was the typo. That was my assumption. Logan moving stuff off the board. Oh no. Colin is dominoing. Colin throws up his hands. Logan's laughing. Logan's smiling. There. This is getting rougher by the second. 2 orcs left. $30 left in the round, but I do see a potential concession coming in from Logan. I don't want him to. I want him to play it out and try to at least take that middle platform. See if he can knock out things, but Colin was smart. And if you notice, Colin held back his sorcerer. His sorcerer now, he can move around unimpeded, sitting on these barricades. He's probably going to hold his sorcerer back as a contingency. If Logan takes that middle plat, that's probably when Colin will start moving his sorcerer up, using activations like Firestorm to try to just AoE sweep that top platform. Colin's army working out very well on that, but I think it's less his army and their movement options, more along the lines of he played jumping from platform to platform better in the early game. He used the maps mechanics in a better manner. In maps such as these, Colin is a veteran player. He's played on a lot of different like new release terrain layouts, new release maps with these sort of jumping gimmicks or these smoke screen gimmicks in between certain squares. He's very used to navigating a new layout like that, and that advantage is what's putting him ahead this game. So I think it's less of the Thousand Suns winning it, but I think it's more of the maturity and the advancement in Colin's play style. Laser pointers being broken out here. Love to see it.
Take a CP or no? Take a CP.
You are injured, though.
I am. It's only 6. It's 4.
If any of you viewers have a good question for round 3, a question of the round that you want for us to respond to, go ahead and throw it in. I will pick the best question that has been formulated for everybody and put it up for round 3 here on screen for everybody to see and hopefully reply with. But this is going to be a little bit of fighting action coming in from Logan's boys. That is going to be 2 crits from the shot. I think he's shooting down at the sorcerer, if I had to guess. Nope. Nope, he's shooting across the board. Shooting across the board at the plat. Colin responding with his own save. Why is the sky blue? Get out of here. People are going to respond, it's not. It's green, bro. Nah, you got to give me a good one. Like, what is a good question for round 3? See, I'm blanking. That's why I'm asking you guys. I need y'all to step up. Give me some good ones. Some good ones I can interact with. All right, we have the sorcerer moving up to that objective, tagging that one. I think that's going to put Colin on like 9 VP at this point. Meanwhile, I am going to see if I can task Steve to go pop his head in to the other match of Josh versus Tommy and maybe get kind of an update for us. And there he is off in the background. What a champ. What a champ. Steve being the GOAT. Yeah, just kind of getting a good little update on what they're up to. Colin really holding it out here, man. If Colin takes this one, it's going to be... It may have to be a Colin Josh table again. Let's hear the update. Do you want to give us an update, Steve?
Other table right now is 11-7. Josh over Tommy. Big fight over the 5th objective right now, and no, it's actually off to the side. We'll see how it pans out. That's probably going to decide the outcome. However, that Slamashes out. It's got to make two or three scouts versus a whole lot of Nurgle boys.
All right, and we're going to do something a little special for round 3 too, folks. For round 3, since since Joey has all but finished up packing, for round 3, I'm going to hook up a different mic. It's going to be a area mic, and we're going to try to get Steve down here. We're going to do some double commentating here and do a little bit of talking through for the grand finale. So we will be doing that for round 3, but first we need to see if Logan can fight back against Colin here. It's so rough. Colin's been nabbing these objectives. Any boy that walks up alone just gets blasted off the map. And Logan doesn't want to move an orc unit up because he knows that that sorcerer threatens area range. And he knows that his health pools are a lot smaller. So it's becoming this just whittling down of Colin, forcing Logan into these open engagement ranges and just tapping him with long range units.
Might as well. He also has a climbing rope, so one. And then you basically just go right there. So he's going to shoot his gun. His shot pistol. Shotgun pistol.
Both players trying to both players trying to finish out this game. Logan doing a little bit of a slow roll there. We can see that the wind has been taken out of his sails just a tad. It's going to leave him with 1 hit on that shot, and that's going to be 3 saves from Colin. And the concession comes through. Congratulations, Collins. Colin, for taking it here. That's going to be Colin's second win, securing Colin a spot at the final table. Colin will be duking it out on this final table slot. Who his opponent is, we do not know yet, because now I need to go off and try to get the victory points from the previous rounds from both players, and I won't be able to do this until Josh and Tommy finish up. But what's going to happen now is I'm going to total up the victory points scored. Colin, being 2-0, is going to have an automatic invitation to the winner's table. Now we were going to have to break down who scored the most VP over the last 2 rounds, Logan, Tommy, or Josh, before we make the decision on who is going to face off against the Zinch Overlords. It could be Logan again, depending how much he scored on this one. Logan is not out on this. We need to see the final numbers. We need to see the final numbers, because if Logan had enough VP 1 and 2 and outmatches Josh and Tommy's, he could be invited to the final table to face off Colin one more time, but this time not on a Beta Decima board. So we will have to see here whenever Logan and Tommy finish off. Congratulations to Colin. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Luck. Thank you, Luck. I will let them know that you see it. Ranger, I will let Logan know that you were cheering for them. However, we still have one more round to complete here. I am going to kick you guys to a little 5-minute commercial break as I go and get the other mic and see if I can get it set up for us. Okay? So we're going to check that out. Meow.
point, a lot of people asked us to do it again, so it's gratifying to get the chance now. Personally, I've never met anybody who didn't like a good ghost story. A story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your spine to tingle. That's the name of our story. I read somewhere that love could banish demons. In the middle of the morning, I knew Mother would be home. I pictured her tall, white-haired in her crisp house dress, going about her tasks. The enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice. That's the name of our story.
Is that the best you can do?
What is up, nerds? We are back with a little bit of an update here. The players over on the side table, Tommy and Josh, are currently finishing off their fourth turning point. They started it with 18 minutes left, so they're going to try to rush through to try to get as much VP as they can, because going into round 3, we are going to have Colin guaranteed at the finals table against whoever scored the most VP in the prior 2 rounds. Okay? Those players will be guaranteed to be first place and second place. And then third place at the end of round 3 will boil down to whoever has the most VP left over. But they have about 10 more minutes. And with that, I actually have a new mic that I'm going to try to set up. So let me know if the mic is good, bad quality, if you're hearing too many background noises. Let's check it out. Logan says, potato food truck is what Logan is betting on. Baked potato food truck. I like potatoes. Potatoes are real good. I could take potatoes just about any way. All right, trying to swap mics now.
Like I said, the meeting played it when the start. Had everybody lined up. And here come the big guys. Let them get out in the middle. Now, everybody. Fire!
Final score.
Check on the mic. Finally, ooh, that's going to be the right one. Wait, what was the final score?
18 to 15. Scouts took the win.
18 to 15.
I maxed out my tac ops, and my primary went 3, 4, 3, 2.
Okay. Well then.
Go ahead and do cleanup as we prep the next board. You know what you're playing? I'm not.
All right, seems that we have the room mic made up. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, boys. You will now hear more of us, including Steve. Say hi, Steve.
Hello.
That actually picked up pretty good. That actually picked up pretty well. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So the other one's bad.
Yeah, we'll write basically got one pack for free. So.
Can't beat that. Nope. He's just a customer. He comes up with his brother sometimes, Adam.
Are those twins?
I don't know if they're twins.
They look very similar.
One of them is black, the other is blonde. Man, fuck this. I hate my son.
All right, guys, what we are now looking at is we're doing a little bit of tweaking to make sure that we can see the game board perfectly. I'll tell them to lock it down here in a second. Here we go. Boom. And tell them to secure it down. All right.
You're right toward, in the direction of your right hand. You go to the right. Nope. No, the other.
Other right.
There you go. So now it needs to go.
I was just trying to see if I could get it quick and close on the first try.
Pretty close.
All right, we are setting up right meow. So it was a little change of plans in formatting, friends. The players actually wanted to play everybody once. That was their goal. They wanted to play everybody at least once and then go off of VP for the finality of the tournament, which I like. I like that. It gets everybody involved, make sure that everybody gets to experience the other kill teams that have shown up at the shop today. So we are going to have my favorite board layout here. Boom. That I have dubbed Afghan Chic. I was trying to think of a like bazaar and like right outside of Kabul. We're actually going to rotate this a couple times to make it look nice. Nope. Yep. That's it. That's the rotation angle we wanted. Alrighty. This is a fun little map layout that we have here. You will see that at the bottom left of the screen, you see a multi-layered building that you can stand on top of and shoot down into the center objectives. But if you look at the top right with that little dilapidated building, you should see a little plus sign. That plus sign is actually an elevated pillar. The players have been informed that they may stand on top of that pillar and to utilize that for shooting. They may shoot through the windows into the open center, as well as, I need to go actually inform them right now to ignore the downgraded slope adjacent to it. They're allowed to look over that slope and shoot regardless of the height of their model. That's going to balance out, making them essentially a sniper platform that is around the same shape as the one at the bottom left. We have the big pillar monument in the center to block line of sight, multiple backyards that people can jump through and try to traverse through, but they are going to be acting as barricades. Yeah, this is a fun little board we have set out. You can egress down the sides if you put yourself up too much into the center and you need to back out. You can dip out the right or left, or sorry, the north or south spots of the board to get into these little back alleys to maneuver around. So again, the formatting has changed up. We are going off of VP this time around, folk. It is going to be Colin again versus Tommy. Shout outs for Tommy. Chosen by Harambe. Viewers, please let me know how the new mic is working out. Let me know how the new mic is working out. Let me know if it's peaking or ducking too much. You may hear a little bit of squeals off in the side from time to time whenever I'm not talking, and that's just our card sorter going zip zoop. And then we have our useful card sorter, which is a robot to the left of me, and that thing's even louder than yeah, you see it, Joey? Yeah. I was dunking on Joey. He's standing right behind me. It's too easy to dunk on the kid. All right. Players are currently in setup. I doubt. Yeah. Steve's trying to set up a little cardboard barrier to act as sound foam in between us. And hey, what's up? Katie even joined in. Hey, Katie, say hi to chat.
Hi, chat.
There you go. They heard you, kind of.
We're at McDonald's right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you, baby. All right. As they are doing setup, I am going to go and say hi to the fams who came in. Try to come up with a good question of the round, and I will be right back in. Meanwhile, you will be watching them set up, and maybe you could get hollered at a little bit by a couple of our folks. Hello, hello. Whoa! Yeah, absolutely.
Checking in, viewers, as you listen to the dulcet tones of our card sorting machine here, depending on how much you can hear of it. This matchup is going to feature Tommy's Gellerpox Infected against Colin's Warp Coven. Really looking forward to Tommy performing well. He's the true Grovian type. Tries a little bit of everything that the shop has to offer. Against Colin's veteran kill team experience. Going to be an exciting one.
Grab my laptop here. much of this one?
I'm trying to guess what the heck this one is.
Is there an easy way to take it on a run?
Yeah.
What?
All right, folks, looks like we are currently figuring out where we need to deploy our different units. It's going to work out fantastically. Ooh, cheeky deployment coming from Tommy. Deploying in front of the wall. Deploying in front of the wall. That's absurd. Coming from Tommy. Deploying in front of the wall. Deploying in front of the wall. That's absurd. All right. Colin looking to begin playing that left edge. Oh no. What fell? I feel like I heard something fall. Could be wrong. Oh, Colin was tripping over the chair that he put there. That makes sense. Colin, don't put chairs in your way. It's easy fix. Yeah, Colin choosing to deploy on the south corridor here, and we do see a barricade set, so it looks like that was the plan all along. Tommy really deploying out here, man. Tommy really deploying out here, trying to see what you can get away with. Now, that is a tight line. That is a tight line. You do see that there is a piece of broken stairs just south of that triangular black building. Those stairs do have enough spot for a model to go around. I made sure to leave just enough for anything that's not like egregiously large to maneuver it. It will provide a little bit of cover with toe dragging. That's actually very safe side of the board right now for Tommy. And he's still choosing to deploy up north. I think that's probably Tommy's safest spot. He's for sure plugging. You do see that there is a broken wall just north of objective marker in kind of the like center top section of the map there by the house with the green roof. There's a little broken wall there that players can traverse once they make their way around into their opponent's deployment zone. And they can use that broken wall to dip in and out of the objectives. They could tag, jump away. It's going to be a good, I think, a fair layout for both of these factions right meow. They're going to have to utilize these broken walls to dip in and out of combat, or what I would like to see is just an absolute blender and them shove their models into the center of this arena and just have them duke it out. That's what I'd like to see, but that's not intelligent to do. It leaves a lot up to fate. Players will probably try to avoid that. Shoot into here through the window, but that window is very so you will cover it. It is an advantageous position, but it's also very easy to engage you because I put it in the corner. It's very easy to lock you into it and engage you. There's some.
Boy very good. I love Rocket Boy.
Rocket Boy's bad.
Yeah.
No, I already have plans.
What does it mean when it actually says operative has a time close in bar setting?
Okay. It means they have, well, I'm gonna say, but it's involved shape, so AP doesn't matter.
And we are back. We are back, my friends. We are now finished up with the setup phase. And we're going to be moving into turning point 1. Congratulations, grand finals. Or, well, round 3 has already began. We currently have all of Tommy's units being cheeky little devils. They spawned in front of the natural wall there, whereas Colin's units spawned in just a flat line, hoping to crash against Tommy's. Colin loaded up the south side here. The south side is going to be a very tight alleyway that he's going to have to go through some nurgling boys to make his way into the center objective area. However, I don't so wonder if Colin is trying to perform an outflank by pushing his sorcerer and these key units in the fighting force down the south side, the south alleyway, around the Plague Burster and up into that black triangle to try to get a good sniper position for the sorcerer. We will see if that is his plan, and we will see if it comes to fruition. But until then, as we wait to see what players are doing here on Turning Point 1, let's go ahead and introduce us to the individuals who may be just now tuning in. My name is Ramsey. I'm the owner of Game Grove, and you are watching the Kill Team Kerfuffle. This is our first ever Kill Team tournament and one of our very first Warhammer stream. So please let me know in the comments, in the chat, if you guys are enjoying it. If you guys like it, what you guys would like to see for next time. Meanwhile, also let me know in the chat your answer to the question of the round. What theme would your own Warhammer planet have? Would it be a lava planet with a bunch of volcanoes? Would it be a giant city with a bunch of like super high-tech portals and flying platforms? Would you have just a dilapidated ruins back in an old Welsh castle? Or perhaps you're more of the underwater folk like Atlantis. If you were a conqueror and a general and you took control and controlled a planet in Warhammer, what theme would your planet be? I genuinely want to know. My theme, specifically, would probably be a large city interconnected with tubes, kind of Futurama style, but just have the whole city ran by some like underworld like merchant clan. Think like Chicago Mafia, but in this really high-tech city with a bunch of like portals and jumping platforms and flight crafts and tubing to get around quickly. That would be what my world would be operated as. Very Tau-esque, probably. Or I could go the vice versa and go with my true faction, the Emperor's Children, and just rebuild Rome and make it just debaucherous as possible. Colin starting off finding a cheeky little slot to move in. Gonna take the first VP on that objective. Utilizing that barrier and the monolith to give him fair cover from a lot of different angles. I don't think Tommy's going to be able to push him off that for quite a while if he chooses to leave his individual there. I am going to, however, go over and see which kind of game mode they chose. Yours would be Rustic Industrial. I like Rustic Industrial. But how rustic? Because, like, in Warhammer, I think rustic and I think, like, old, like pretty much the Beta Decima map that we just played on in round 2. Like these old oil platforms done up in like brass that is like oxidized. Or you could do like a little house on the prairie rustic, which would be really funny. Actually, to be a like hobbit Hobbiton type world in a world of chaos and monsters. Warhammer Rustic. I need you to describe what Warhammer Rustic is as these players resolve this fight right here. A few hits coming in from Colin and a lot of non-saves from Tommy. Ruins with overgrown vegetation. Okay, dude. I have a Z Ranger. I have a setup here. I don't know if you've swung by. Oh no, you're out of area. Yeah, so I actually have a setup here of a bunch of these green, like cement made ruins. It's a bunch of like oxidized green ruinous buildings that we use for terrain setups. I was trying to make it work for the kill team today, but the pieces are made for 40k and they were just too big for the boards. I actually have something that I think I can take a photo of it later and send it to you if you reach out in Discord of the terrain line. It's pretty cool. I think you would love to see it. It's almost exactly what you're describing. But it's more like arcane architecture. So rather than like city buildings, it's like old like elven Eldar temple type thing. It's like straight out of Vermintide 2 if you've ever played Vermintide. It looks like they took a building from the elf level. All right. Activation 1 for Colin was a pretty big round, dispersing a little bit of damage to the Nurglings, shooting over the barricade past the monolith and snagging 1 VP. Fantastic turn. He did a lot with 1 activation. That is a person that knows how to min-max out their movements and their actions. Colin proving to be kind of the final boss here. I didn't think he would be. You're an Eldar player, so you're in? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Vermintide, I can't believe you have not played Vermintide. The video game Vermintide 2 is probably the best 4-player co-op experience I have played in a very long time. In a very, very long time. It feels like Left 4 Dead, like story mode, where you all have specific classes that cover each other, but at the end of the day, it's a hack and slash in the Warhammer universe, and you're just trying to survive and get out. It is so enjoyable. Tommy beginning to move his Nurgles down the south alleyway. I wonder if he understands how important right now this sorcerer is to Colin's game plan. Oh, that was unexpected. Colin has now climbed the broken chimney like some kind of crazed Santa Claus to give himself height advantage over the barricade into the enemy's line. What play is this? What is this positioning? Is dude just literally walked up that wall and is standing on top of it here on the south side? I didn't think about that. Goes in for a shot, lands 3. Tommy responding with 1 save. What in the world? I did not foresee Colin just mantling this chimney. Look up the rock grinder truck or any of their models or mining equipment. That's pretty much it. Ah, yes. Rock grinder truck. Rock. Oh, I goon with that. I like that. I like that. I like the rock grinder truck a lot. That's funny. That's a really cool aesthetic. Ooh. Colin getting unlucky with this shot. 5 dice thrown, 1 dice lands and saved resoundingly from Tommy. The sorcerer looking to move up. Not quite in engagement range yet, but is there a charge to be had? The sorcerer does actually have a decent melee attack that also stuns and steals APL from the opponent. This is turning into a very vicious turning point 1. Probably the most vicious we've seen so far today. I mean, each activation has had shots flying across the board. Colin taking advantage of his ranges. But remember, Colin only has a couple units with this kind of range and this kind of capability. He's going to have to use his Zinchi boys and keep them near cover because they're going to get surrounded by a horde. 1900s mining and slap Warhammer bits on that. I feel that. Actually, I have a lot of photos of mid and late 1900s coal mining in West Virginia. But they were still using the same equipment from the early 1900s because West Virginia is a coal mining state. And my grandfather was a coal miner for many a year. Many a year. So I have a lot of photos of him. He's actually in the newspapers from where he was up in West Virginia for breaking the record of the most coal hauled in a single work shift. So I have for sure been around these old mining towns, and it is a chilling aesthetic. These old mining towns look creepy around here. And a lot of them still stand to this day. Barely, but they stand. Tommy trying to see what he can move up. A lot of your family's in coal mining. Actively, Maya? Actively? Tommy trying to make sure he doesn't cheat this movement. Looks like he's being a little too... I think Tommy's being too polite. I think he stole an inch or two from himself there. I think he stole a solid inch from himself on that measuring. But he doesn't want to get a rules infraction. I get it. Last you knew they were? Hell yeah. Coal mining's a good gig, but a dangerous one. Meanwhile, the diamond in the rough, you know, enough pressure on coal to make a diamond. Yeah, that was the rabbit trail my brain went down to get to this segue. The diamond in the rough for Colin's army right now is going to be his Zinchian sorcerer. This sorcerer has proven to be an absolute unit both rounds that we have seen it, utilizing actions such as Firestorm to clear a path. It has to be dealt with. It has to. It's too much of a liability to keep on the board. Let's see if Tommy knows this. See, I don't like the idea, personally, of running a army that relies so heavily on certain units, that relies on keeping those units alive and maneuvered around. I kind of tend to gravitate towards the armies that have a good amount of utility, but a fairly statted stat sheet that I could just, every man on his own, and just go man for man on people. For that reason, I play Felgor. I painted them up like dairy cows. They're called Protectors of Hidden Valley Ranch. And they are all named after moo puns. Moo or cow puns. Or animal puns. Colin rolling in a shot here. It's going to be 3 hits. You like swarms? grows. 3 hits and a crit. Good retain miss. Swarms of things. Buggies. Tyranids. Urks. Sylvaneth. Ooh, Sylvaneth are a solid swarm army. In Sigmar, if you play that one. I know I don't. Not yet, at least. It's not hot Sigmar summer yet. I'm working on my underwater Atlantis elf guys. Forgot what they were called. Deepkin? I'm working on Deepkin right now. I have a plastic pile of shame that's taking up a whole shelf in my back room here at the Grove. Whoa, that is a roll. What? Tommy dumping his dice bag on the table. Tommy, was that your whole dice bag? All right, guys, they're going over a couple rules. I'm going to go chirp at Steve really quick because I have some judge questions I need for him to answer up, and I'm going to be right back with commentary. To those of you who are sitting around and are still uninitiated with Kill Team or have not caught the previous rounds, this is kind of how the pacing goes. You and I are going to converse a lot on Turning Point 1 and 2, as Turning Point 1 and 2 tend to be positioning phases, not a lot of action going on. But Turning Point 3 and around the end of Turning Point 2 is when people start brawling. So we're going to be looking at a lot of maneuvering and positioning here for probably the next 10-15 minutes. Then we're going to start moving off into actually securing sectors of the board and getting into major combats. I'm going to take a quick 5 as I speak with my judge and use the restroom. Until then, I'm going to jack up the music, go ahead and vibe out, and let me know if I miss up on anything. Sweet, sweet.
And then I will do the tech infection.
We came right out there and hailed it as a classic of the meeting. Nobody argued the point. A lot of people asked us to do it again, so it's gratifying to get the chance now. Personally, I've never met anybody who didn't like a good ghost story. A story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your spine to tingle. That's the name of our story.
right there, but so close. How many did you say? 60.
And we are back. We are back here, still finishing up. Excuse me, TP1 here, moving into TP2, I believe. Yep, we are rolling right into TP2. That was a quick TP1. And now we're going to have some fun, folks. Now we're going to have some fun. Play of the game so far that has surprised me was that unit that decided to walk up onto that chimney and become Old Saint Nick.
No, they still have to see.
Are we on TP2? No, there's a couple stuff that doesn't look like it moved on Josh's side. No, maybe we are still on TP1. I just think that they're using opposite, I think that they're using opposite activation symbols, or activation colors. That would explain my confusion. And then coming off here, it's going to be Tommy trying to resolve a big roll here. That is going to be a lot of damage taken off by Tommy, removing his model from the board, getting shot out. More coming in. Ooh, Steve is here to see the unique play of the game so far. Good old Colin started a unit down here on the lower right part of the screen, just south of that green roofed building, and climbed up this wall and perched on top of a chimney to lock off the south alley.
Oh.
He's standing on top of the chimney, locking off that south alley. I did not see it coming. It was very wild and creative, and he's benefiting a lot from it.
Oh, yeah.
It was genius, and that is the one that is just waylaying things right now.
I appreciate that Tommy's wading into center field.
Yeah, I do too. I think I'm pretty sure that this works out with whoever gets the most units around that obelisk who's probably going to win the VP fight. So I was very curious whenever Colin started to move down this south alley, and I'm like, he's locking himself off. What is he doing? And then I see his best range guy climb on top of a chimney like old Saint Nick, but with a Giat. And started laying down some Nurgle rot.
Yup.
Go get a chair.
Oh, there's one right there. I'm fine.
Okay. All right, I think we are fully... I'm trying to find out where we are at in the turning point right now. As Tommy has been a little bit sloppy with his activation tokens. Yeah, those are the ones, those top left ones I'm trying to find out if he's activated them yet or not. I think he's on... Are they group activated?
He does have some GA2 with his mites.
Okay. So those are probably group activated then. Okay. A huge shot. Looks like potentially Overwatch coming out from Colin. Going to land a hit and a crit. And they go through.
Rolling those disgustingly resilience.
Is that the gimmick of... So I haven't played against any Nurgle. What's the Nurgle gimmick?
So they have something similar to a Feel No Pain, wherein if they're going to take damage, they make rolls. And on a high enough roll, they can negate the damage.
Oh, okay. And that is why every time Tommy gets shot, he's rolling his entire bag of dice.
Right.
Because I noticed that, like, that's a lot of dice for a save.
Yeah.
That's absurd. No, that's his feel no pain type thing. Okay. All right, going to be a big shot here from Colin, landing, seems to be 2 hits and 2 crits. Save coming in from the Nurglings. 2, 3. Wowzers. Tommy taking a lot of damage there. His big fat boy getting laid into.
just gotta hang on to those demons.
As much as you can, right?
Yeah.
That gets knocked out. All right, Tommy trying to figure out who he wants to send forth next. Seems that he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys still to move here on the far left side. I'm actually really surprised that Tommy is actually kind of slowing down here, because Tommy actually played this same board for the first 2 rounds. He's very, very well aware of what this board can do and how to work around it. And I honestly think that the wild idea of standing on top of the broken chimney has thrown Tommy through a loop, and he's like, great, now everything I knew was safe. Yeah, I think it broke Tommy's brain, because everything that Tommy thought was safe is now unsafe. Like, it's an Overwatch position. He's there.
Not a move that I would have considered.
I didn't even think about it and I was the one who set up the terrain. I was like, okay, they can interact with this way, they can interact with this way. I didn't even think about standing on top of the chimney, but it's enough for a base, absolutely, and it's flat. That's one of those moments whenever you call the judge aside and you whisper very, very quietly, hey, can I climb on that?
Yeah.
So that your opponent doesn't get tipped off. Because if they get a say, their answer is probably no.
Yeah.
But if the judge gets to say, the answer is probably, yeah, that's cool, I like that, do that. That's the rule of cool.
Yeah. If it'll securely accommodate the base, then
Yeah.
no issue.
Ooh, Steve, I need to ask you the question of the round. What theme would your own world in Warhammer be? So, like, it could be like lava with a bunch of volcanoes. We had some people say ruins with overgrown vegetation. We had people with old, like, rustic equipment and, like, rustic city type build.
Mm-hmm.
I'm for sure going with, I've finalized on just hang out with the Emperor's Children and rebuild Rome and make it as debaucherous as possible. is for sure my world is just Emperor's Children world. Just Rome.
I'm going to say highly technologically advanced Hive City.
Hive City?
But all the structures are built on the bones of like ancient gargantuan beasts. So
Giant Eye, Little Eye meme. What?
Covered.
You just want to land on.
Covered in huge skeletons, and they build cities.
You think they're not going to use them
incorporating
for
the
fossil
skeletons
fuels?
into the
You think they're not going to use them for fossil fuels?
No.
Nah, dude. They're going to be like, man, that's oil right there.
They're beyond that.
They are beyond fossil fuels.
Yeah.
I actually like that idea. That's a dope world theme. I like that a lot. I actually want to see that on a board now. Oh, you could probably do that too. You could probably do that too. There's a world in that kind of reminds me of. There's a world in Pathfinder 2, a area in Pathfinder where the whole country is ran by a lich who's been around for like 4,000 years, and he got in a war against another necromancer, and the necromancer wiped out his city. He imploded a bomb, wiped out all the necromancer's units as a last-ditch effort of just full scorched earth.
Mm-hmm.
And then used their remains to remake the new city. Just raised his arms and all of the bones were rended of flesh and started to just rebuild all the buildings with the flesh of his enemies.
Oh,
Yeah. Kind of what that reminds me of having the like bones incorporated with the natural architecture.
Mm-hmm.
I like that a lot. But meanwhile, we have Tommy getting shot yet again, but he is unerring. He is doing what Nurgle should do. They are moving forward. They're not going to stop moving forward until you are off the other side of that board. You can shoot them while they're coming at you, but just like a zombie movie, they're going to keep filling in the gaps that you have created and keep coming at you.
He has some kind of an infection mechanic too, and I'm wondering if he can incorporate that.
An infection mechanic? How so?
I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with the Gellerpox, but
Let's actually take a look. What would they be under? Let's see here.
should be Chaos Gellerpox infected there.
Gellerpox infected. Let's take a look. Gellerpox infected. We're pulling up their sheets right now. Looks like they all have Techno Curse as their shared ability. When an enemy operative is within 2 inches of friendly operatives with this ability or within a square of a friendly glitching operative, subtract 1 of the attack's characteristic. Oh, that's fantastic. Natural debuff if you get near them. Let's see here.
Tainted, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Lead the infection from the Vulgar Thrice Cursed, the biggest boy down on the south side, that south alley. He has an ability that in the command points step of the strategy phase, if this operative is within circle of an objective marker that has not been tainted, that marker is tainted. And you gain 1 CP. Oh, okay. So it's a very ploy heavy. So they want to be ploy heavy.
I was hoping it would be, yeah, there's your revoltingly resilient.
Yeah, revoltingly resilient on the bloat spawn, saying that each time they lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 5-up, the wound is not lost. Fantastic. And the vermin are gross. The vermin have a weird ability called Mutoid Vermin. Can only perform universal actions, cannot perform fallback, cannot perform other actions, cannot control objectives, cannot be equipped with equipment. What am I reading here? That
So
I don't understand.
The Killer Pucks, instead of conventional equipment, they get extra operatives.
Extra ops, okay, but
So these are the 3 different types of extra operatives that they get, and each one costs a different amount of equipment points.
it can only move and fall back.
Right, but it can attack.
Can it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a full profile.
I mean, I see that they have a profile, but I'm reading Mutoid Vermin, and it
They can't perform mission actions of any kind, and they can't.
Got you. So it's
fall
mission
back.
actions.
Right.
Got you. So they're literally just your beaters. They're your
Right.
chaff.
Yeah, they are your chaff.
Okay.
And you can purchase the specific kind that you want to use in a given battle.
Okay. That's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of awesome. This actually is seeming... So I thought that Nurgle was going to play out like an Unga Boonga type strategy. From what you're saying, it seems to be like actually a really cerebral army to run.
They performed very well in the competitive meta when they were released.
It seems very cerebral. It seems like there's a lot of thought that you have to put behind each movement and interaction. I mean, any army that's going to give you literal chaff, like they're expecting you to use them as flesh shields, as ways to plug problematic areas.
Yeah.
I like that. They're just moving barricades that can attack back every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
That's fire. Okay. Nurgle's kind of cool, man. I'm kind of in. God, and they roll a ton of dice, too.
Yeah, they do.
The Pyre Gut shot from the main Nurgle guy here is 6 attacks hitting on 2s. Tommy now looking at the
6-inch
northern
range with
objective.
Torrent too.
Yeah, right.
Torrent weapons are outrageous.
What? Let's talk about Torrent for a second then.
Yeah,
Torrent. Each time a friendly operative performs a shoot or overwatch and selects this weapon, after making the shooting attack, it can make a shooting attack with this weapon against another valid target.
Within 2 inches of the original target and each other.
Okay, so it wants to be closer to melee.
So it's
like
similar
Urgot
to
from
what
League of
you
Legends.
see from a flamethrower. So it's
Okay,
like panning
yeah.
the flamethrower.
Have you ever played League of Legends?
No.
Probably not. You're not nerdy enough.
Wow. That's not my brand.
You just don't like a little bit of nerd gating? It's not your brand?
No, League of Legends not my brand.
You don't like Furry Fighting Simulator?
Well, my wife banned me from playing Rocket League, so I
My wife
assumed
almost
that,
banned me.
Playing Overwatch or League of Legends or any MOBA would be
Is similar. Yeah, no, that makes sense. My fun fact and fun lore drop for all of the viewers and you, Steve. Our first year of marriage, my wife kept a cold cat spray bottle, water bottle, because the couch that she watched TV on was back to back with my computer desk. So I would be playing Rocket League and I get very rowdy. Honestly, anything I'm playing, I get rowdy. And she would turn around and just cold cock me with cold water to the back of the head. I had PTSD for her turning around too quickly on the couch now. Because that cold water catches you off guard and you just retreat. Tommy, though, trying to make use of this northern objective, seeing that Colin has not positioned anything near this northern side of the map, he is going to go ahead and try to get some free taps on here. I mean, we're already looking at 1, 2, 3 victory points, 4 victory points, counting the south alley as well from Tommy here. He's positioning himself well to play the victory point game.
Yeah, Colin has castled himself up pretty well down there on the bottom, and he's challenging for that objective that's just south of the obelisk.
Do you think
Tommy's done very well in pushing? What we're gonna see is, like, can he hold him off long enough? And because if Colin wipes the board TP3, it's open season on TP4, and he just scores out everything.
Do you think that maybe what he's looking for? Or do you think that he's playing more of a defensive play out here, trying to snag just a couple VP, knowing that he kind of has his tournament in the bag right now?
I think the objective is to probably bleed out the Gellerpox and then move into the center to cap on some of those tack ops, while also getting a steady stream of victory points from holding the objectives that he can.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, he's certainly in position to do that, especially with the fact that this sorcerer is, I was about to say, in a very defensive position, ready to come out when needed. But now that I've read the stat line of the unit that's down there, that big fat boy standing on that objective.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be caught in that fire, and if that boy wraps around the corner, he's going to have open season on those guys. And I don't think he's going to do a tremendous amount of damage, but he is going to unseat him from that position of safety.
Well, to stop it, he's tried to move into an engagement rings, but clanks with the Nurgling. Is that the Glitchling? I think that's the Glitchling. He clanks with what I think is the Glitchling down on the south. He wanted to get in on the Thrice Cursed, but Tommy was clever and pushed the edge of the base of that Glitchling out far enough where he's forced to engage on it. It caught him, yeah. It's pretty much creating this natural sieve of damage. It's even smarter if that's not the Glitchling, actually. It's even smarter if that's one of the Curse Mites or one of the Mutoids.
Yeah.
Can you go check and see if that's a Mutoid for me? Or if it's the Glitchling? The Glitchling looks like a Gremlin. The Mutoids don't. Tommy responding with some saves here. Going to be 2 hits and a crit from Colin. Tommy going in to save. Gets 1. Just 1. Oh, and that's going to be modeled down. Modeled down. Sad.
And that was a Glitchling, but because he was engaged with
They-
both, he
yeah.
got to choose his target.
Yep, got to choose his target. Yeah, as soon as Tommy removed that off the board, I realized that Tommy misjudged by an inch.
Yep.
By an inch. Not even an inch. He was so close to being out of range and having that plug. But Colin was able to weasel in that extra inch, and I told you guys at the beginning of the stream that Kill Team is a game of movement. It's a game of thinking out where you're going to be standing before you perform these actions. You want to think more about where you're standing rather than am I going to kill or hit that guy. And Colin's played this game for a while, and he sure enough showed us that he pre-measured perfectly to get himself in range of both of them. Perfectly. So now that sorcerer is going to be able to sit down there as a contingency to protect the middle. Colin has a natural flow traveling south and then southwest around this board and around the center objective. Tommy choosing to split his forces now. He has some forces that seem to be coming straight into the center and then some forces that are starting to wrap around the top. We may honestly just see this kind of swirl kind of meet each other about halfway through in the middle again around TP3. But we'll have to see if Tommy wants to move.
And my guess
deep.
is he's hedging his bets to try to make sure that he's got some VP, but he may regret it not pushing for a more aggressive approach.
Do you want the scores?
Oh my God, you're done?
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah.
I came real close to table.
Jesus Christ.
17 to 13.
13? Oh, that's a lot. Wait, what the hell? You guys...
17 to 13.
Yeah, you guys messed each other up.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
You almost tabled him, and he still scored 13?
Yeah.
That's a ton.
No, he was playing it really. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Okay, so that's...
So I mean, I got it broken down. But yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. That's all I needed. Well, you guys sit tight as we are still currently sitting at 57 minutes until end of round. You guys...
Well, to be fair, we started earlier.
Yeah.
Like, as soon
You
as we
guys
were set
did
up, we
start,
just-
like, yeah, you guys did start a little bit earlier. So, yeah, so just go ahead and hang out for a minute and watch the show. That is crazy. A hot 45-minute game from Logan and Josh. Josh just eking it out over Logan, 17 to 13. That's a high-scoring game for a 50-minute game. All right, both players trying to see how they're going to position across. Colin suggesting maybe even a look down in. Now, one thing that the players can interact with is that plus sign at the very top middle of the screen. Behind that wall, you can see a little plus sign. It's tan. That is actually a platform. That is a standable platform. Players are allowed to shoot through the window and over the wall adjacent to its west. That could be used if Tommy gets a ranged unit in there. It could just start sniping immediately into that center board. Let me take a look at his guys, see what kind of range he has. His bloat spawn, a guy with tentacles, who I think is positioned up there, does have a ranged attack. That may be what he's looking for. Additionally, the Glitchling also has a ranged attack. And so does the Eye Stinger Swarm. Players pre-majoring. All right, pushing up forward here. Colin is going to try to see how he can engage here in some melee combat and try to take out this Nurgle threat. All right. Both players trying to resolve it up here. Removing a little void nurgling gross boy. Uh-oh, it's going to be a bad roll over from Tommy. Taking out yet another tiny Nurgle boy. Colin dug his feet in. And Colin plans on staying here for a bit. Tommy taking a look at the board now, seeing if he can get a little bit of action. How can he get in there and deal with that sorcerer before it becomes a problem? Sure enough, he knows that that sorcerer is Colin's master plan. Whether it be his backup or active unit, that sorcerer is his master plan. Tommy needs to get in there and take him out. Boom, boom, boom. All right, damage being spread here throughout the Nurgle Rot. Colin looking to move a unit just ever so slightly, charging up this barricade here. Probably going to reach over it, give him a little bap. Get a little bap action. It's going to be a crit coming in from Colin. Crit in 2 hits. Tommy with his dice bag response. Oh, he's making a decision. Now he's thinking about a tactical ploy. He's trying to explain an ability. What ability is he explaining there? Bet I could follow it. Bet I could follow the numbers and find which ability he wanted. Was it the Gallerpox Mutant? I think it was. Is he fragging? I'm not too sure which unit he was showing off, to be honest with you. I'm trying to find it over here on my side screen. And the only thing that I could see here in the kill team with 3 attacks going down it that looked like the image on his phone was the Gallerpox Mutant. No, but it didn't look quite right. Holy dice! Tommy getting probably enough saves to be fine, if I had to guess. I was wrong. Wow, that is huge damages. All right, Colin looking to potentially position one of his Zinj units over here and doubling up on this barricade and shooting over it. But we have a judge intervention. Steve coming in to just see what's going on. Make sure that the movement doesn't get a little bit messy here. Pushing right in along the sand line of that obelisk. Zinj boy poking the back of Fatso. We're going to come up with names for Fatso now. The Engorgeous. Ron the Rotund. Ooh, Belchy McGee. Yeah. Colin charging up on Belchy McGee right now. And just going into engage. Tommy engaging here. Over on the south side. Neither player's using the vantage points I thought they would use. Instead, the most interaction has been a chimney. And it has been the most smart interaction out of all of them.
Looks like the last big body for Tommy.
This is the last big body for Tommy?
Yeah.
So we're starting to wind down, huh?
Yeah, I think it's gonna come down to what VP's got up to this point, and then it may just be you know, a little rope-a-dope, try to mop up a few extra VP.
He decimated me on the range.
I think we accidentally got a 15-minute head start because we just immediately got set up at this point.
Things are looking rougher and rougher for Tommy by the second. Colin having a very commanding lead this tournament. Very good showing. Tommy pushing in the little mutant there. Okay. Little mutant coming in. Now, Steve, since you are here, there are 2 Nurglings currently attacking this Tzeentch unit. What things have to be checked off my list for me to get a benefit of fighting multiple units against one? When do I get a benefit? How do I get a benefit? Is it like D&D where I need to have a guy in front or behind my opponent to flank them to get a benefit? Or can people stand side by side? Where does the benefit of grouping up on a unit come in melee?
In melee, for combat support, you want to be within 1 inch of the enemy operative and also within 1 inch of the friendly operative.
And that's it. Positioning doesn't matter.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
As long as both of those criteria are met, you get one better.
One better
skill.
unit. Yeah, one better weapon skill. You up it. Okay. So is it one more dice, or is it easier to hit your shot?
So if you were to hit on 3s, you would be hitting on 2s.
Woo! That is very, very nice. And that is what Tommy's trying to prep here. He's trying to use that little mutant to try to get in and give a benefit here to his big final fat boy, Ron the Rotund.
He's going to be outclassed in this fight, most likely. Demon skin doesn't stand up too well against power armor. Especially rubric armor, it's just full of sand.
What would dude, imagine like hitting an actual helmet full of sand? Like you have a just full on punch a helmet as hard as you can that's full of sand. You'd break your hand in many places.
Easily.
Because that sand would shift on you and like disperse that force. What would have Tommy needed to do better this Turning Point 2 beginning to not be in this position? Because Turning Point 1, things were looking decent. Yes, Colin made some cheeky moves and made some good pop shots. But Turning Point 2, Colin just started knocking dominoes down. What did Tommy need to do to avoid it?
Well, I don't think that could have been avoided with the game plan that Tommy pursued. If he was going to stymie his progress into the center, he really needed to get the other objectives locked down. Needed to be also simultaneously making a mad dash to those other objectives to maximize his VP. I don't know if he had any tac ops that were going to benefit him from tying up Colin in the center, but he probably should have been looking to those. Look, Warp Coven is a tough matchup. I think that security is undersung in how strong it is as a tac op archetype. If you've got a kill team that can jump into the middle and just hold and sit there, then they're maximizing their secondaries.
Oh, I didn't even think about secondary scoring in. Didn't even think about the secondary scoring in. That's another thing that we're not really interacting with here over in the commentating booth, because right now we don't have any mics on the players to hear what they're activating. But there are 2 ways to score in Kill Team. You can score by taking your center objectives. That is the primary method of scoring. But every army has a few alternative methods that you pick before the game begins that you pop off whenever you meet certain objectives. For example, it could be something like if you can get 2 of your units into the enemy's deployment zone, get a VP. If they're there the round immediately after, get another VP. Those are secondary scoring methods off of tac ops that players can choose to utilize to really maximize their scoring potential no matter their army and their matchup.
Yeah, security is one that's pretty easy to score. One of the secondary objectives that I think Colin likes to employ is the vantage point. If you have an operative on a vantage point outside of your deployment zone, score a VP. That's where
that explains the chimney.
Yep, he was going to look to score that.
That explains the chimney.
And a lot of their other secondaries revolve around control of the center. So, anytime you see a team, let's see, I think the Necron team also employs security. It's just a tough one. I mean, if they've got a good save and a good wound count, especially for somebody as experienced as Colin, it's going to be really hard to shake them off. You got to get ahead of that.
Gosh,
You
yeah.
got to slow them down as much as possible and and score as much as you can outside, because he's going to push in and he's going to get there.
Colin's
and it's going
shown
to be
to
hard to
be.
unseat him.
Has shown to be a very methodical player this tournament so far, as we have watched him just take like turning points off just to position better. Like he will lay down the aggression like as soon as he sees that it's advantageous, and he'll turn off the aggression as quick as he turned it on and just sit back and wait and almost watch you overextend, because you know he just laid firepower straight into your face. His shots are done. You think that you're free to go interact with him, but no, he was baiting you off into another spot. And we have seen him do that hot and cold tactic all 3 games he's played so far. Around turning point 2, he pulls in this hot and cold, and it's a brutal game to play against.
Yeah, he's going to pick his battles on his chosen ground where he has the advantage.
Yeah.
And,
I play like a pissed off teenager charging in with my Minotaurs.
I mean, that's what you do, right?
Yeah,
You know,
I felt gore.
yeah, if you've got a team that benefits that strategy, but I mean, narratively speaking, his play style is exactly what you would expect to see from the Thousand Sons. Slow, methodical. You know,
Is that kind of their thing? Is
I mean, they're the
slow
psychers.
conquer? Are they slow conquer
they're
type
the psychers.
individual
You know,
in
they're-
lore?
They're the arcane dabblers.
But I always imagined them like going planet to planet and like, you're mine now, you're mine now, you're mine now. I never understood them as the like slow thought out
Yeah, they're
group.
all about Zinch, who's the gotta change.
Okay. See, this is where my Warhammer lore needs caught up on. There's too much. I can't keep
Yeah,
up with it.
If the situation isn't beneficial to them, they're gonna wait for the winds of change to blow them into something more advantageous.
I like that. Speaking of advantageous, we see Colin taking a opposite vantage point, now covering his units cover 90% of the board's range now.
It's another vantage point outside of his deployment zone, which probably results in him maxing out that secondary.
Tommy looking to see how he can stave it slow. Now, as far as primary objectives go, Tommy has been scoring them. Like, there is a world right now where they're both similar in
He's
VP.
scoring consistently, but has he been outscoring Colin?
I
That's
don't
what's
know
key.
what his
I think
secondaries
maybe he's
are.
been
Yeah.
keeping pace with him, but if he can't shake him off of those objectives, then it's going to be for naught. I mean, his total VP will benefit certainly, but as far as this matchup goes, I don't think that Colin has had a matchup today that didn't allow him to maximize the benefit of his security archetype TAC Ops.
That is true. Yeah, he has been the highest scorer. I mean, he's the favorite right now. But I didn't think that just one strategy type would just dominate the meta in the manner that he's dominating. Now, Colin is a very, and we've said it multiple times now, very experienced player. He's played a lot of Kill Team. He's played war games for a while. But really security? You think that's the main advantage here, is the security?
If he's min-maxed a team that takes advantage of the benefits of security and negates the disadvantages, then he's gonna he's playing entirely to his strengths. Add to that he's the most experienced player.
True.
Here, more so than myself, because he's played consistently, and I took a lot of time off. I don't think that anybody's going to be unseating him today, but I think that he sets a tone for where every player would ultimately like to arrive with their given kill team.
I agree. 100% agree with him. And one of the benefits of Colin as a person is on that thought of tone. He has a friendly tone whenever you talk to Colin. Like, he will talk to you about the game and smile and laugh, and don't get me wrong, you get him on a table and he becomes a fiend. But off the table, he is a very kind, helpful individual with a really, really good vibe. So I love seeing him excel today with the rest of the Grovians. This is the first big tournament that he's played with us. in the first league that he's ever participated in with us as well. So it's been a treat having Colin sit here throughout the league, seeing him come in each week and show the newer players, kind of show them the ropes and kind of explain strategy to them and what tactic games should look like. I'm excited, Steve, and I'm going to try to talk you into that Song of Ice and Fire tactics whenever they drop the tactics mode. I have enough armies between me and my friends that you could have a pick of the litter of any faction you want. So whenever that drops, we're for sure going to be streaming some of that. Song of Ice and Fire tactics is going to be beautiful. Tommy coming in with a save, going to only have, no, it's going to be a shot. He's going to get one through. Colin responding in very well fairness, doing a couple rerolls there, showing us that he's turned on a tactical ploy for this round, or a strategical ploy, giving him rerolls on misses. And that is going to be one model down. Big boy from Tommy is still there. Tommy hasn't thrown in the towel yet. Tommy wants to see this big boy get as many VP as he can. Because again, we don't know the victory, the alternative scoring conditions for Tommy right now. He may be nailing them.
Mm-hmm.
He may be nailing them. We just don't know.
Measuring going on, trying to figure out wonder what he's going for.
I think he's trying to get this. Is he retreating?
I'm not sure if he's surviving, just looking to survive and continue scoring on primaries.
Yeah, but what's about to happen is that sorcerer's about to turn that corner and send a firebolt that way.
We've sort of split the board now. It looks like he's given Colin free reign over the center.
I wonder if there's a draw tool here in Streamlabs. That'd be really cool. Let me see. I wonder if there's a draw tool I could do to draw on my screen. Draw little paths. Nah, for another day. It's probably in the App Store, but I'm afraid to touch it because I don't want to break stream. Colin moving forward, trying to chase him down. Sorcerer turning that corner as I suggested and charging forward. Is that unit that Sorcerer is with, is that a Nurgling or a Zinch unit? I think it's a Nurgling.
I believe that's a Nurgling, yeah.
I think that's a little Nurgling there. The Sorcerer looking to bop it with its staff. The staff having the stun ability. If you hit, it starts stealing action points. And I have not seen that unit activate yet, so that may be Colin's pretty much trying to say, hey, I don't need this unit to be dead. I need it to not do anything.
Yeah. The best defense against stun is to kill the thing that has stun before it can
stun you,
engage you with it, because it's one of the most frustrating mechanics to deal with when you're defending against it. It's one of the most advantageous mechanics to have on your side that you can employ.
I have a dirty combo in my Felgor team starting off that on turning point 1, I can have my leader and everybody around him get a free dash action. Followed up with activating my shaman to give an extra action point to my alchemist. And my alchemist can then move literally across the entire board with that positioning and throw in action point bombs at people. And it's so fun turn 1 to just see them grouped up from deployment and get one bomb off and steal like 6 action points. It feels so good when you do it.
Yeah.
It feels so good, but more often than not, my opponent sees me setting that up, and I get fireballed.
That's a lot of 6.
That is, wow. Colin is laughing. Tommy's hands are up in the air like, yeah, what do I do? Like, that's 4 6s. That is absurd. Tommy not rolling 4 6s.
No.
Colin has a big grin on his face.
Something definitely is dying.
Yeah, Colin has a big grin on his face right now while the Sorcerer rushed the big boy up there up north. I think that's what we're resolving right now, is that Sorcerer.
No.
I think that's the stun shot.
Are we going to see a dump truck of dice for the...
Yeah, we have the
resilience.
resilience.
There they are.
There it is.
It doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
no.
There's one that's a little cockeyed.
2 crits and a save is what I'm staring at here.
Yep. He needs 5s for the.
No.
Oh, there it goes.
Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun.
Thousand Suns will be on cleanup patrol now.
Yeah, they are. They've
Tommy's just gonna have to try to squeeze out a few more points, or
Colin's
go
going to
in-
stride by
go
with a
in for the
recycling
glory
bin.
kill.
Yeah. Colin's going to stride by with a shopping cart as a recycling bin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass this over to you as I want to go holler at a couple of our competitors who already finished off.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Passing it over to Steve.
I've only faced the Thousand Suns only one time, and if I recall, the only reason I was able to draw the game, not even to win, was because I had a Melta gunner that I kamikazed into close range and shot up the sorcerer, took it off the board, and my opponent was using too few Rubric Marines and too many Zangors. I was able to leverage that, and even then we only drew the game. But, they can be rather sticky. Oh, looks like we may have a concession.
Yeah, they do good on the points. It's just I need to keep in mind about playing the points. I want to rush in and kill, especially when we're getting beat. I really like your units. It's nice that fly and stuff. You don't mind? Oh yeah, I would go.
Alright, they may be talking post-turning point strat or post-game strat, but wow, really well played on both sides, and I have to give my respect to Tommy. He's one of the less experienced players here, and especially going up against Colin, I would be intimidated in that matchup. I had a lot of respect for him for sticking it out, seeing it through. Looks like he may have one operative remaining, but I don't think that that's going to be enough to stand against all the remaining Thousand Suns units. Maybe some points tally. Well played.
All right. How are we doing? Oh, we're cleaning up now?
Yeah, I think this is the mop-up.
We are mopping up, huh? We are sweeping up. Congratulations again to Colin for winning yet another match. That is going to put Colin today at 3-0. Everybody. The players are now going to do a quick little cleanup. Ooh, wait. Oh, they're not done. Oh, I called it early. It looks like they're just making the board more They're just getting
clearing
gross.
activation
They're
tokens?
just clearing activation
Okay.
tokens, I think. Yeah. I don't see any more Nurglings though.
There's
that one.
There was one that was up there.
There's one by TP3. Did he snag? Did he snag him? Was there a handshake that I missed?
There was a fist bump.
There's a fist bump.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that
There's a fist
there
bump.
may have been one more active operative for the Nurglings up here, but I think it's gone. Might have
Colin's
been it. They may have
explaining.
just been
Oh, this
talking
is for.
strategy.
Oh no, this is for sure over. Yeah, Colin with his hands there. Colin would not reveal his strategy mid-match. He's a good guy, but he's not that good of a guy. He's a good guy. He's not that good of a guy. He's not going to tell you what he's going to do mid-match. Fantastic. So that is a big congratulations to Colin for winning all 3 rounds. But ultimately, everything is going to boil down to victory points at the end of this tournament. Okay, so everybody hold tight because I'm going to go to a quick break as we set up camera. Here, I can actually set up camera right now. Because what's about to happen is we're about to do an award ceremony. Okay? So everybody who won today is about to come out, get their awards. I'm breaking my own stream while trying to set up for it. Don't you love that? There we go. That's what we wanted.
I gotta say, I think I used all my good rolls. I don't think when you rolled 4 out of 5 crits, I was like, I ain't rolling that.
There we go. Let's get this award ceremony rolling. We see the nice, lovely grove off in the background right now. Guys, I'm going to cut us over to commercial break. We're going to be back in 5 for the award ceremony. Stick around. What is up, everybody? We are going to get set up and do the award ceremony here in the next 2 minutes or so. Just let us get set up, and then Steve will be back here kind of commentating off who won what. Yep, so. Go. I'll leave the door open so you can hear us. Alrighty, nerds. Alrighty. That was fun.
Ramsey showing off the top award.
We're looking at here.
It's great. If you can get it in focus. Great little trophy provided by Games Workshop and Play Kit.
Alright, Tommy.
Very cool. Now we have all our contenders available. We're going to begin our award ceremony. Ramsey explaining the prize package. They are very nice. They look good on a shelf. If I could have, I was the runner-up last year for a trophy of that kind. I really would have loved to have put it on the shelf alongside the army that won it, but I was unseated by Works. Overplayed my hand. Beautiful trophy though, something to chase. We've got certificates and special tokens. Hey. Sportsmanship Award. Alright. Tommy receiving the Sportsmanship Award for today's matchup.
I will obviously steal it back from you as I want to hang them up. Then, best painted, but it's nice. Best painted.
Next up, best painted.
Get over here, man.
Colin. Wonderful.
Congratulations. All right, now we move to right to you. Third place. So we went to VP.
It's our third place award.
That's how we laid these all out.
Determined by victory points.
Third place.
Third place contender is Tommy.
You made it, man. Thank you. Look, you also get this too.
We'll also receive some tokens. That's spectacular.
Josh W.
Hey.
And Josh coming in second place.
And then, grand finale. Our first place winner coming today 3-0, showing a mixture of hot and cold tactics and a creative use of terrain, such as staying on top of the chimney. This guy is terrible. We have our main man, Colin.
And Colin taking first place. Wonderful. And we have one special secret event occurring here.
And today, the person who came out to support us was Kaylee. Kaylee, Logan, please come up here. Now, I gave the award to Logan.
What a surprise. You never know what's going to happen. There we go. Looks like she said yes.
We literally cannot do this without you. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, sweetie. All right, now I will let you two lovers go do your thing. I'll let you guys return to whatever hobbit hole you guys came from. You unscrupulous bastards. You all fun? You all fun? All right, thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Everybody had a good time. Had a surprise proposal. You never know what's going to happen.
Can't wait to put these up.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. That is absolutely adorable. I got to go back and see the act itself. Oh my gosh, that was adorable. All right, this is adorable. I am sticking and leaving the stream on for just one more second because I wanted to see this. I wanted to see this proposal. All right, guys. I hope you all enjoyed the day. I hope you all enjoyed Kill Team. If you guys have any questions or ever want to play, you guys know where to come. This has been another amazing and magical